Crooked Fanny playing dirty tricks in the courtroom. She always picks, bending the rules. She know it, but I won't let her get under my skin. Down in Georgia, where the blues run deep, crooked justice, a secret they keep. But I see through her lies, I see the truth. Gonna make her pay for what she do. Fanny's got a reputation to uphold, but her tactics are shady. Story untold, she thinks she's clever, but I'm on to her game. I'll expose her ways and put her to shame.
Hello and welcome to the show. Yeah, another day in Fulton County Prosecution run by corrupt Fani Willis, where she spends tens of millions of dollars on RICO trials instead of clearing the docket from actual crimes like car theft, home invasions, assaults of different kinds. No, RICO. Because, Fani Willis wanted to be the next Attorney General, and you win those elections by RICO trials, not by doing actual work that matters. We have reached day 84 and 85. So that is the recap of today. We will catch up as much as possible. Tomorrow is Sweden's National Day, which means I'm having a day off. So cheers. I brought with me a 5-liter jug. That's about 1.3 gallons. Let's see how far we get through that one today. Cheers, folks. It is currently 10:30 p.m. over here where I am, so I'm allowed. That, and I'm an adult. But I play an adult. So yeah, so we're talking about magic tricks in the court today, where the indictment and the evidence doesn't match. And the second part of this is the testimony from Donovan Thomas' father, which gets spicy, to say the least. I believe another unforced error on the judge. But let's start with yesterday morning, okay? And see where that gets us. And Mr. Jingles, covering the law and sea world. Here are closed captions, and let's go. No, Gigi,
Gentlemen, jury.
I'm an adult at age, not at mind. My dad always said that if you haven't grown up before 50, you don't have to.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recommence with testimony of Detective Teague, who, remember when we were here last time, we had some technology challenges. So No, he's back with us. And
Yeah,
sir, you're
they
still
lost
under oath,
internet,
okay?
and then they
Yes, sir.
lost
All right, thank
water
you.
in the courthouse.
You're with me, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Teague.
Good morning.
And, welcome back. You last testified on May 29th of last week, and we played States 292 Yankee Alpha, which was outside surveillance footage of the barbershop.
There's
Yes.
going to be played some videos, and we're going to watch a few of them. But the most interesting part in Detective Teague's testimony is the cross-examination, as per
What
usual.
location is captured in the surveillance footage in States 292 Yankee Charlie?
The inside of the barbershop.
And Detective Teague, I now want to advance States 292 Yankee Charlie to 801-44.
Speeding up in 1.25. And we already seen this video before a couple of weeks ago.
Sir. Ask a question. I don't have in my notes this exhibit's been admitted. I'm not saying that that's accurate. Somebody verify that.
I do believe a variation of this has been admitted at least.
For the record, Your Honor, States 292 Yankee Alpha, or 292 Yankee Delta were all admitted last week during his testimony.
That's what I showed, Mr. Steele. All right, thank you.
Detective Teague, did you see a person in this frame wearing a black shirt with white letters reading "Street Cutters"?
Yes.
And do you know this person?
He's the owner of the barbershop.
How do you know her?
When I had to meet with him to pull the video, and while I was pulling the video, he and I were talking for duration when the video was pulling.
I'm now going to advance States 292 Yankee Charlie to 807-50.
Sorry,
807-58. Detective Teague, are you familiar with the street the barbershop sits on?
Yes.
And what street is that?
McDaniel Street.
Detective Teague, can you orient the jury as to the area depicted in States 292 Yankee Charlie, the area that's depicted at 807-58?
Inside the barbershop, looking at the front door of the barbershop.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Inside the barbershop, looking at the front door of the barbershop.
And does that door face McDaniel Street?
Yes, it does.
And is that door depicted at in timestamp 807-58?
Yes.
Where?
Right there next to where this little girl is standing in front of the door.
And I want to advance States 292 Yankee Charlie to 808-21. Detective T, can you tell the jury what the actual time is depicted in surveillance footage based on your personal observation on the scene?
The video footage in this instance is actually about 46 minutes fast. So the time's actually around 7:22.
Which is interesting because he claims that the timing here is because of people with private cameras rarely adjust for daylight savings and stuff like that. That doesn't take into account 46 minutes, but who knows? Maybe when he installed the cameras, he just started it. We don't know. But that is his opinion. We didn't hear that from the actual owner of the barbershop. And as per usual, the prosecution is allergic to microphones. Yeah, and soon we are going to, and everybody go to the floor.
And Ms. Love, can you please pause it for 8:09:23? Stay a little bit further on time.
And those are people with guns,
Please pause.
which will be interesting a bit later. When I can say it already if I missed that part of the cross-examination. On cross-examination, he was asked, "Well, couldn't you have taken fingerprints and DNA from that gun to really show who that was?" And it was objected to and sustained because George Glanville has no spine and he is as much part of the prosecution's team. He could more or less just sit himself there instead of up on the judge's chair.
8:09:35. Detective Teague, do you see someone inside the barbershop with a red jacket with the letters BGCMB displayed on the back?
Yes.
Do you know that person?
No.
So they have a person with a big ass gun and nothing. They have no clue who he is, no clue, the gun, no nothing. That's welcome to Fulton County. This is the level of investigation. And as you see, he's making a phone call. That means they could easily check that out by pulling data from the tower. Okay, who was making calls? Did they do that? No.
You pause it at 8:09:54. And Detective Teague has this same individual with the red jacket wearing the letters BGCMB on the back. Has that person exited the barbershop at this time?
Yes.
For the record, Detective Teague, at this time stamp, 8:11:15, are there individuals looking outside the door?
Yes.
And that would be the owner, who probably could say who those people were. But did they ask him? No. He might not have told them, but or said, "I have no clue." But
And Detective Teague at 8:11:37, did the owner, who you identified earlier, did he just walk to the front door?
Yes.
thank you so much, John Commune, for your $5 super chat. here's my pronunciation. I want to say titties to my sugar daddy, Mr. Jingles, but I'm quite sure that's not how you pronounce it. Yes, we are all part of the Mr. Jingles Viking Thug gang, just so you know it. So watch out in Fulton County. We might get indicted under the RICO charge. Tithes? Sure. Yeah, let's move on to because they're only showing things inside the barbershop. So let's move on a bit.
The footage stopped at 8:59:59.
Yes.
Now I'm going to publish States 292, Yankee Bravo.
I'd like my pronunciation better, GG. No, just a side note here. I mean, it's my personal opinion that us guys, we stop developmentally at around age 13, 14, when we are still very, very fond of cars and machinery and stuff. But we also discover, titties. And we're done developing mentally at that point.
Detective Teague, can you tell the members of the jury what angle of the barbershop footage we are looking at?
This is the barbershop footage in the parking lot between the gas station and the barbershop.
Does that appear to show where the Texaco gas station is?
Yes.
And where is that?
On McDaniel Street and over on the other side of the gas station is Northside Drive.
In the frame, can you point to the members of the jury where the Texaco is?
Right here where you see the light and the gas pumps.
Yes, John. Titties and fucked what?
Is it where the mouse is?
Yes.
I said 4 quad YouTubes. I said 4 quad and nothing else.
Footage?
Yeah. I will be at Houston, Missouri, August 7 to August 11. Or August 8 to August 11. The anime convention. And then I will drive to New Orleans on the
States
12th.
292, Yankee Bravo, also in at 8:59:59.
Yes.
I'm now going to publish States 292, Yankee Delta. Detective T, what angle of the barbershop are we looking at here?
The same parking lot, but looking out on McDaniel Street.
Ms. Love, can you please fast forward, advance to? Can you please advance to 808:38?
Hi, Ghost Story.
That's fine. It's 8:08:24. Please pause, Ms. Love.
They are trying to show their the light colored car, which gets really interesting later on in his testimony, and I will show you why. Yeah, Valhalla waits. I got raided. Hello, Valhalla waits. Have a major league day. Okay. Oh, Baker also. Me and Val raid. I only saw Val.
For the record, we are paused at
Thank you so much. Thank you.
8:08:45.
Thank you. Thank you.
Detective Teague, if you can see Sparks here, right?
Yes.
For you who don't know, we are about to witness in this recap of day 84 of the Young Thug trial. When a car changed color and model from the prosecution's indictment to the actual event. That's interesting, isn't it? But we have a bit of a lead up before that.
So please fast forward towards the end of the footage.
Yeah, it is about the killing of Donovan Thomas, a drive-by shooting, where different witnesses have described different
Detective Teague
things.
at timestamp 8:13:48. Do we see blue lights?
Oh, zero, some same Seamus. Oh, you sweet Saint Michel. We aren't even past the prosecution's case in chief. We are not even halfway through the prosecution's witnesses.
Yes.
So if Baker and Val are going to complain about the length of their trial, come on. Yep, I'm having a late stream, and I have my 1.3 gallon jug of beer, and I will see how much of it I can. Yeah, let's see if I can get through that during this stream. Speaking.
Detective Teague at 8:14:54. Do you see evidence tape being put up?
Yes.
And hello, you folks over the Rumble as well. And on Twitter/X.
At timestamp 8:15:08.
Remember to hit the like and do subscribe
Yeah,
if
that's
you
a
haven't.
fire rescue command vehicle.
And what is that?
It's on where the fire captains usually have that vehicle. They have extra medical supplies and things of that nature in those vehicles.
At 8:15:18, is there evidence? I'm sorry. Is there evidence tape across McDaniel?
Yes.
Well, I'm playing this in 1.25, so imagine how slow it would be if I didn't. If you are in the Texas area, there is going to be a bit stormy, I heard. So take care. If you hear the sirens, get into the basement or the safest room in your house immediately. There will be other people filming for YouTube's. Please don't make it the last video you ever take. And
To 8/24/17.
not entirely sure why they have to play every minute of this, but I assume it is to waste time, the jury's time, our time, and waste money, taxpayers' money. They could easily taken this video, compressed it to 5 minutes, added stills, just to make sure, okay, we profit the entire video, but we will only show that much of the video. You can actually do that as a prosecutor. Not this prosecution. Unless it speaks against them, then they will never show it. Then it gets shredded inside the police precinct. Like every damn report known to man from the Fulton County Police Precinct. Allegedly.
Sure. We'll get that to me. Detective Teague, at 8:42:01, is the fire and rescue truck gone?
Yes.
If you don't know, I will be visiting Atlanta and will try to get into the courthouse on August 14. I believe I will be in Atlanta. I will be in New Orleans on the 12th. Then after New Orleans, I will drive up to Atlanta. I might take a stop in and around Montgomery. After Atlanta, I will be driving up to Knoxville with a few stops on the way. And after Knoxville, Delphi, Indiana. And then finally, I will reach Michigan around August 19th with a few stops on the way. I will post about that trip on my channel, of course, videos, and if I find free Wi-Fi, I will stream.
92 Yankee Delta. Was that surveillance footage also in at 8:59:59?
Yes.
Okay. And were there blue lights still by the Texas?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish states 295 Yankee.
This is probably the slowest testimony this far, this trial. And I think it's because the prosecution is punishing the rest of us for not being able to call all of their 750 witnesses they wanted.
Detective Teague, are you familiar with this system?
Oh,
Yes.
no.
And can you explain the system to the jury?
This is the
The
Texaco.
system, this is the system.
This is the Texaco. They claim that this drive-by started, more or less, because you can see a light-colored car with a person of interest entering this car and driving away. which goes to the thumbnail of this. How a silver Infinity turns into a white Pontiac magically.
Texaco gas station. This is a GeoVision system. GeoVision system is actually one of the systems we trained on extensively when I went to specialized training in this. It's more of a, say, more robust kind of computer-based system as opposed to just a DVR. It's more in line with a video server. It's connected to the internet, so the time usually is 9 times out of 10 correct on GeoVision systems, and GeoVision systems actually have a proprietary player that you have to download to play the video also. And what you're seeing right here, you're seeing the proprietary player as opposed to the other one where you were just seeing the video. This one has a timestamp to the bottom left, the date and timestamp on it.
Is it free to use for all, or do I have to buy something? Because then it's not really free. But it's good to know. It's good to know.
This time, so then would have a different time set than the barbershop?
Yes.
And is there footage from 12 different cameras on this system?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the members of the jury what angle of the Texaco gas station we are looking at here?
This is inside the store looking at the drink coolers.
And what camera number is that?
This is camera number 1.
And what time stamp?
1923-37.
Tell the members of the jury, what camera are we looking at here?
The camera 2.
And what angle are we appearing at?
Looking at the front door of the business.
What street does the front door of the Texaco face?
McDaniel Street.
And what is the timestamp for camera 2?
1925.
Every time I see a convenience store, this marking there, it kind of makes me laugh because it's so different between stores. I mean, I am somewhere between 6'2" and 6'7", depending on which convenience store I'm leaving.
What camera are we looking at here?
Camera 3.
And what location does that depict?
Different angle on the inside store looking at the drink coolers.
And the timestamp for this?
1928.
And what camera are we looking at here?
6.
And what angle of the Texaco does it appear to depict?
Looking at the front walkway in front of the front door.
And the timestamp?
1923-34.
And what camera are we looking at here?
The front counter.
Is that inside the Texaco?
Yes.
And the timestamp?
1924-36.
And what camera are we looking at here?
One of the front pumps.
To the Texaco?
Yes.
And the timestamp?
1928-32.
Detective Teague, can you orient the jury as to the location of the barbershop from the Texaco at this angle?
Oriented, the barbershop's going to be to the left in kind of a southerly direction.
Is it where the mouse is?
Yes.
And what camera are we looking at here?
Camera 11.
And what is this, what angle of the Texaco does this display?
This is looking at a different set of pumps, but it's looking out toward the intersection of McDaniel Street and Northside Drive.
And the timestamp for this camera?
1926-35.
Detective Teague, can you kindly stand up and point out to the jury which street is McDaniel and which street is Northside? Do you have a pointer?
This pointer, this right over here, the street right here, is McDaniel Street right here. The street where you see the vehicle headlights, that'll be Northside Drive.
Thank you. And what camera is the jury looking at here?
Let's skip
Camera 12.
ahead a bit.
What is it?
That right here is the interesting part. Why? Let me show you. This is the indictment. Defendant Jeffrey Williams, an associate of YSL, did rent a 2014 silver Infiniti Q50 sedan from Hertz Rent-A-Car, which was used in the commission of the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr., an associate of a rival gang, on the 10th day of January. Now, let's listen to what that car they are showing now is.
Okay, freeze it at 1842. Well, Detective Teague, do you see a gray silver car pull up to a gas pump?
Yes.
Detective Teague, can you tell the jury what irregular time does this car pull up?
1842.
What is it?
And regular time, 1842 is actually 6:42.
And is that time different or the same from the barbershop?
The timestamp is going to be different because this is actually correct time with the barbershop footage is 46 minutes fast.
Is that more accurate than the barbershop?
Yes.
Do you know what type of vehicle that is that pulled up?
Looks to be a Pontiac.
Freezing at 1842:20. Detective Teague, did you see a gentleman exit the passenger side door of the Pontiac?
Yes.
Pontiac? But wait. Pontiac? Let's see here. Silver Infiniti Q50 sedan. Why are they talking about a Pontiac? Isn't that strange?
And does he appear to be walking towards the entrance of the Texaco?
Yes.
Continue. The gentleman you stopped at 1842:33. The gentleman who exited the Pontiac is now off screen, off ramp, correct?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish camera 2 at 1842:39.
No. This is a tiny glass and it foams a lot, so don't mind me
1842:39.
doing refills quite often here. Yes, Porcelain Thunder, the Pontiac and the Infiniti look similar in the video. Yeah, but the indictment is specifically the Infiniti because that is the car Jeffrey Williams rented. And if they're not driving an Infiniti, then what's the connection to Jeffrey Williams?
Starting at 1842:37, where the continue. Pausing at 1842:43. Detective Teague, is this the same gentleman that exited the Pontiac?
Yes.
Is he wearing a black coat?
Yes.
Do you know that individual?
No.
Continue. I'm now going to publish camera 1, and we are going to advance to 1842:47. at 18:42:53. Do you see the same gentleman with the black coat on in the frame?
Yes.
Still playing in 1.25. Let's skip ahead. Yes, Taz. One of my fears here is that, as Taz says, now in this case, it seems like the prosecutors are just enjoying and dragging it out as long as possible. Yeah. My fear is that once we get to the defense case in chief, Judge Glanville will limit their time because, we now have to think about the jurors' time. That's my fear. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if he actually did that. It is in his discretion to assert a time limit.
Your Honor, may I approach with a member of the defense?
You may.
Yeah, there's a lot of skipping ahead in this recap, but we need the foundations here to understand what will
Right,
be
ladies and
going
gentlemen,
on.
it might be
later
appropriate to do two
in
things at once, two things in succession. I said not at once, but we're going to go ahead and take your comfort break and then go ahead and just take lunch. Okay, so
comfort break and lunch. Dun 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 da 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 da. And here they are again.
Detective Teague,
Casual shopping.
Still in this frame?
Yes.
Yeah, prosecutors love to waste taxpayers' money because it's not their money. They just spend it.
18:43:45. And let's now publish camera 2 and advance to 18:43:40.
Happy birthday, Taz. Nick, have they brought any proof so far in this case, or is it still all speculation? I say it's pure speculation. Nothing really points towards the defendants. And after this part, where the Infinity, the Pontiac, it's even less of a connection than before.
18:43:40. And Detective Teague, do we see the gentleman in the black coat exit Texaco
Yes.
at 18:44:18?
Yes.
I'm now going to publish states 295 Yankee, camera 10, and we will advance to 18:44:23. At this time.
Yes.
Do you all know what's missing from many of these videos, or from all of these videos?
You see the gentleman in black coat and shirt at Pontiac.
Yes.
A silver Infinity.
Which side?
In on the passenger side, front seat.
And remember, the alleged crackhead from last week. He claimed Pontiac, and he claimed, they not fired back, which nobody else have stated. He also claimed 20 seconds it stayed there. Now, why did he claim that when nobody else claimed Pontiac? Was he coached? I would say yes. Because as it seems, the only car with an actual suspect in it or a person of interest was a Pontiac, not an Infiniti. So where did that Infiniti go? I have no idea.
Can you play the 1848-22 video time event? Yes, sir. Is the Pontiac still in this frame, Detective Teague?
Yes.
And he sits for a while in the car.
I'm gonna have Ms. Love advance until I take the calls.
Now on the car to the right there. Let's see here. Dun, dun. If you look at the grill, this is a 2014 Infiniti. Which, according to the prosecution, has, as far as I know, has nothing to do with this case. At least they didn't actually. Yeah, I know it looks more like a Buick, but it bears more of a resemblance to an Infiniti than the Pontiac. And it's gone. Yes, I have a Discord. It's for members. And you should have, the link is in my community section on my YouTube
It's a
page.
motion activated system for the outside.
Go to the next frame. It is 1853-22. Correct, that's where that ends. So the next slide will be 1858-22. Please advance this himself. Your segment, which is 1858-22. This Frank, Detective,
Yes.
at time 1858-22.
Do not focus on that Pontiac. Now, I'm bored, and I assume you guys are too. So let's skip ahead to cross-examination from Mr. Shard. This gets interesting. Well, all the cross-examinations are really interesting toward Detective Teague. And speaking of being a member, it's $3 a month. And you get access to all my members-only content and my Discord, where you can keep discussing the cases I am covering. And it really helps my channel out. And
Good afternoon. Okay.
hey, look,
The light is-
Prosecution, somebody
okay,
can use the
flickering
microphone.
on and off. Sir, I wanted to ask you some questions about what's been marked as 292 Yankee States 292 Yankee Alpha. Mr. Kokomo, if you could just publish that. Go ahead. Okay, and pause it. Okay, Detective Teague, 292 Yankee Alpha is video that you retrieved on January 10th of 2015, correct? Or going into January 11th, 2015?
Yeah, because the barbershop was closed, so I had to go.
Understood. Okay, and we've already established, I believe we've established that even though the video says 8 o'clock, as it appears to begin according to the camera, 8 o'clock PM, that time is off a certain amount.
Yes, it is.
And could you remind me what that,
It's like about 46 minutes fast.
okay, approximately 46 minutes fast.
Right, so just so we're all on the same.
Yeah, coincidentally, that is exactly the time needed for a car to get from Texaco to the crime scene. Now, is there any evidence put forward to this court that the statement of 46 minutes is actually correct? No. No. It's just this guy testifying to it. That's it. Nothing with when he collected it, he showed it. Okay, that here's the time. Here's the current time on the camera. Nothing. His word alone.
Same page ahead of where it should be.
Okay. And is it fair to say that all the cameras from this system, from the cameras on that barbershop, are linked in time with each other?
Yes,
So they're all 46 minutes fast?
yes.
Okay. Now, I'm noticing that this video
is
begins
how
at
the
8 o'clock
defense
PM.
uses it.
Yes.
Did you collect any videotape prior to this video saying 8 o'clock PM? In real time, it would be 46 minutes before that.
No,
Okay. Were you asked by Detective Thorpe to collect any video that would have been prior to this time from these video cameras?
no,
Okay. If you had been asked to do so, would you have collected those videos?
yes,
Were those videos available to your
Yes.
knowledge?
they were available.
Okay. Now, this begins at 8 o'clock PM, according to this camera, I guess 7:14 PM.
Yes,
Okay, in Eastern Standard Time.
yes,
Now, you don't know Donovan Thomas.
no,
Okay, and you have not identified Donovan Thomas in any videos, correct?
No.
Okay, but you have identified a man in a camouflage jacket, correct?
they pointed out, yeah, he was walking around out there.
Right. And as we look right here, do you see the gentleman with, it appears to be some sort of white headscarf at the bottom of the screen?
Yes,
Is that eventually the same gentleman that is wearing the camouflage?
I believe so. If we could play it.
Mr. Kokomo, could you just play this for maybe a minute or two, just so we could determine that? And if you could, there you go. And Investigator Teague, if you could just tell me when you're in a position to answer that question confidently.
Hey, Val. Good to see you. remember to hit the thumbs up. All YouTube things, you know how to do it. Yeah. If you feel like you need a break from all the horrific things in trials and stuff like that, I have a secondary channel where I read old Scandinavian fairy tales, sagas, and folklore. Yeah. It's called that, Scandinavian folklore, sagas, and fairy tales. And just to hear something that isn't that violent, that has trolls, fairies, princesses, kings, and queens. And I like reading those stories. So if you like those too, I will continue to do that on my secondary channel. And I'm working my way towards the Snow Queen, who you might know is the story where Disney took inspiration to making Frozen. Now it's a completely different story told from the original one. Thank you. Now, we've seen this video before.
Right about there.
Okay, so can we, at this point, now that you've been able to review the video, those 3.5 minutes approximately, can we agree that that is the person, that gentleman is the person in the camouflage jacket that we spoke of?
Yes,
And can we agree, would you agree that that gentleman was present at, according to the camera, at that scene since 8 minutes, or excuse me, 8 o'clock on
yeah,
the,
that time, yeah.
okay.
8
And,
o'clock, you know, timestamp on the
Right.
video, yeah,
okay, and you've reviewed this video, correct?
yes,
That gentleman is eventually shot on video.
yes,
Okay, that gentleman remains on the camera in this parking lot from the time the video begins until the time he's shot. You would agree?
I agree.
Okay, and we don't have the video from, and you would agree that the time of the shooting on the video is approximately 8:08:37?
From when the shooting occurred, or
The time on the video?
right now?
No, when the shooting occurred.
Yeah, it's around 8:08. That's some seconds.
37?
Yeah.
Okay. So according to this video, this gentleman was in that parking lot for approximately 8 minutes and 37 seconds before being shot.
Yes,
Okay. And additionally, we don't have video from prior to 8 o'clock PM, according to this video, 7:14 Eastern Standard Time.
no,
Okay. So that gentleman, we can say before being shot, was in that parking lot at least 8 minutes and 37 seconds and potentially longer than that if we had video from prior to that time.
yeah, potentially.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis,
You would, sorry, speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Okay, we don't have that video.
No, we don't have it.
Okay, you would agree from your review of the
He's a cop. You could I mean, it can be speculation, but there's nothing different from what the prosecution asks. They ask him to draw a conclusion out of pure speculation too. So, and by the way, thank you to Linda for using PayPal to send me $5. Thank you so much. That is very, very appreciative. The occasional super chat and the memberships and PayPal, that is what keeps this channel afloat. And it's also what made it possible for me to travel to the United States and make a whole event of it. I mean, I'm going to drive from Houston to Michigan in August. And I will stream, I will do videos from Houston, New Orleans, Atlanta, Knoxville, Delphi, and Michigan, and probably Wisconsin as well while I'm there. Thank you so much, Linda.
video that this gentleman did not walk out of a barbershop immediately prior to being shot. You would agree, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis, I sustain the objection.
According to the video that you've reviewed, you would agree that this gentleman did not walk out of a barbershop immediately prior to being shot, according to the video.
Your Honor.
Still,
No, it's not. You showed both the videos. You showed from within the barbershop. It's in evidence. Jesus Christ, Judge. It's in evidence. All you have to do is watch the timestamp because they already concluded all the cameras had the same 46 minutes. So you can actually make that distinction without speculating.
same basis, Mr. Sharp, move on, I sustain the objection.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Kokomo, could you display what's been marked States Exhibit 292 Yankee Alpha Charlie? You can display. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Kokomo. Could you display at 8:09:20 according to the video time? Okay, and could you play it from 8:09:20? Mr. Kokomo? Thank you, sir. Okay. Pause it. Okay, 8:09:27. You were asked about a gentleman in a red jacket on direct, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you were asked about the color of his jacket, and correct?
yes.
Were you asked any other questions about him?
About the lettering they have on the back of the jacket.
Veteran. What about what's in his hand?
Looks to be a long gun,
A what?
a long gun.
When you say long gun, what does that mean?
Yeah, isn't that weird? All that video and the prosecution never once asked about the gun in his hand. Isn't that strange? Is it because, oh, that speaks against our theory of the events?
What kind of rifle? Assault rifle?
I don't like the term assault rifle, just,
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis, I sustain the objection.
Okay. At 8:09:30, do you see that what you
Again, the prosecution has been allowed to call every gun under the sun as assault rifles as long as it's not, I mean, a 22 or something. But here, all of a sudden, oh, objection! Oh, that's a peaceful. It fires Liberty pew-pews.
determined to be a rifle in that gentleman's hands?
yes.
Okay. Were you asked about that on direct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis,
Relevant.
I sustain the objection.
Do you know who this gentleman is?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kokomo. Investigator, my understanding is your role in this case was to collect footage from two specific locations, correct?
Yes.
The barbershop, which we just viewed, and the Texaco at the corner of Northside Drive and McDaniel Street, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I believe you said that this is typically your role in investigations. You are someone within APD and also with the feds that
I'm not a Fed.
Yeah.
No, not a Fed. Just
Okay.
strictly APD.
with APD whose role generally is to collect videos, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified, I believe, last week that
This gets
sometimes you may make
interesting.
suggestions of videos that can be collected, but you
Now
generally
they're
just follow
going
the
to, why
instructions
didn't
of
you
the lead
collect any
investigator.
of the other
Yes.
things?
And the lead investigator in this case is Investigator Thornton, correct?
Yes.
And you followed the instructions of Investigator Thornton, correct?
Yes, it is.
Let's talk about cameras in Atlanta. I want to clarify some things from last week.
Generally, this is very important, just generally, about how much camera surveillance there is in Atlanta at any given point in time.
In Atlanta, and I guess any other city or rural area for that matter, businesses may have cameras, correct?
Yes.
Also, individual residences, houses may have cameras if they want,
Yes.
okay? And those cameras, if they're operational, the recordings are something that you're able to obtain, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and sometimes law enforcement can ask the owner of the camera if they can have the footage from the person's camera, correct?
Yes.
Or the business's camera.
Yes.
And other times, if the owner of the camera is not cooperative, you can use search warrants and different subpoenas to obtain camera footage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In addition to individuals having cameras, you talked about a VIC camera system,
Yes.
and that's been in Atlanta since 2007.
I think so. I think that's around the time of it was initiated.
Okay, and remind me, what does VIC, is VIC?
Yes. VIC stands for Video Integration Center.
Okay. And that consists of the VIC system consists of city-owned cameras, correct, at different locations,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes.
And then also individuals who own cameras can also opt into the VIC system, correct?
Yes, they can.
So businesses can opt into the VIC system, correct?
Yes, they can.
Homeowners can opt into the VIC system, correct?
Yes, they can.
And the VIC system centralizes all that information and makes it accessible to law enforcement.
Yes.
And you, I believe you testified last week that as part of this VIC system, there's actually an interactive map, correct?
Yes.
And that is something that's not available to the public, right?
No.
But is available to law enforcement.
Yes.
And it would have been available in 2015, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that interactive map not only shows you the presence, it shows you where different VIC linked cameras are, correct?
Yes.
And that would include all the private cameras and all the city cameras, correct? Okay. And it shows you which ones are operational and working at that time, correct?
Yes.
In addition to private cameras and the VIC cameras, we also talked about LPRs, correct?
Yes.
License plate readers,
Yes.
and they have cameras, correct?
Yes, but they don't, their cameras operate a little differently than, pan, tilt, zoom, or video cameras. Their LPRs are actually just high speed. Once the camera's triggered, it's taking pictures to actually, capture tags.
Understood. So as I understand what you're saying, they're not necessarily video cameras and more snapshots.
Yes.
Okay. But those snapshots are saved in a system, correct?
Yes.
And law enforcement has a map of where all the LPRs are, correct?
Yes.
And law enforcement has a way to access all of the photos taken by LPRs in Atlanta, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You've testified that Detective Thorpe asked you to collect these two cameras from these two locations. Are you familiar with the green store at 322, I believe, Glen Street?
322 Glen Street. Yeah, I think so.
Convenience store painted bright green.
Basis. I'll rule the objection. You can answer.
Yeah, the prosecution really, really, really don't want the jury to know that Surrounding this crime scene, there are dozens of cameras that they did not obtain the videos from. Or they might have, just not through this guy, and they choose to hide it because it doesn't speak towards the prosecution's theory.
It's a convenience store painted bright green
Yes,
in the Mechanicsville area, correct? About quarter mile from the barbershop?
yes.
Okay. Did Investigator Thorpe ever ask you to collect video, security video from the green store from January 10th, 2015?
Basis,
No hearsay.
it wouldn't be hearsay, but I'll sustain in terms of relevance.
May we approach?
No.
Objection hearsay. And the judge answers, it wouldn't be hearsay, but he sustains it anyway. And Mr. Shard wants to approach so he can explain why this is important, and the judge does not allow it. Now, why would the judge do something like that? Well, maybe it is because he's a fucktwat. Oh, I'm sorry, YouTube. I meant four-quad and nothing else. It's my accent. It sounds differently when I say it with a passion. It's ridiculous. It's a perfectly valid question. Were you asked by this detective to? Because it's already established that he only collected the surveillance video he was asked for, which means he should also be able to be asked, did he ask you this? Should. Because it's not hearsay. It's established. It's in evidence. The judge doesn't care because he has no spine and he is a part of the prosecution's team.
May I proffer?
No, we can proffer later. Just go ahead and ask your next question.
Okay.
Okay.
Did Investigator Thorpe ever ask you to collect video from the McDonald's at the corner of Old Hateville Road and Cleveland Avenue for January 10th, 2015?
No.
Did Investigator Dennis ever?
That wasn't objected to. Why is that particular store so important? I have no clue. I don't know why that particular store was so important, because it's the same question, just another location.
Ask you to collect that video from the McDonald's?
No, not that I remember.
Did Investigator Gaither ever ask you to collect a video from that McDonald's?
No.
If they asked you, would you have collected it?
Yes, I would have.
Okay. Did Investigator Thorpe in this investigation ever ask you to provide him with or to view the interactive map of the VIC cameras in the area?
Basis,
Hearsay.
overruled.
That wouldn't be my function. I don't control the video integration center. He would have to call up to the video integration center himself to talk with them.
Did Investigator Thorpe ever ask you to provide him with the map of the LPRs in the area?
Once again, not what I do. He would have to call the video integration center for that information.
Did Investigator Thorpe ever ask you to search for other video systems or surveillance system in other businesses in the area?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Approach. Mr. Smith.
And we have a guest, but not any particular guest. It's Mr. Jingles, and he's been out in the rain, so he's wet as fuck. Hello, Mr. Jingles. Say hello to your fans. Say hello. Hello. Damn, you're wet. That is our supreme leader, Mr. Jingles, because we are all a part of Mr. Jingles Viking Thugs.
Mr.
And this is the sidebar, which brings us to Sidebar counter 194. Ooh. This would be the proffer or the sidebar that he actually asked for. That Judge, yeah, I don't know why. Let's skip ahead.
Mr. Adams or Mr. Steele?
And by that,
Anything, gentlemen?
Mr. Shard is done. Now, Mr. Steele.
All right, go ahead.
This is, I like the cooperation between the defense lawyers because now Mr. Steele knows, okay, here's the boundaries. And yeah.
Hello, sir.
Good. How you doing, sir?
Good. How you feeling?
Good.
May I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure.
Okay. From your personal knowledge and your work and experience and your training, can you explain to ladies and gentlemen, this jury, starting, let's say, 2012, and then come forward, the capabilities of capturing law enforcement within your purview, capturing this video of the streets of the city of Atlanta in the areas that you were just asked about?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Made.
I stand objection. You can rephrase it.
Specifically the areas of the Texaco, the Green Store, the McDonald's, those type of areas.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Made.
Oh, I'm on board with objection.
Okay.
And tell the jurors.
Well, you just talk, just to be clear, you're talking about the capacities of the video integration center over time and the amount of cameras decreased. Basically, since the inception of the program, the cameras have expanded exponentially. I mean,
Just a side note on surveillance cameras. They, according to studies around the world, they don't really do much to prevent crimes. It has the slightest solving crimes, but that might be a rounding error. So, because nothing beats good investigations. It's more about, do you have good investigators or bad ones? That is what matters. But cities and countries around the world are spending billions on surveillance camera in the idea it prevents crimes and it has this magic thing about solving crimes. There's actually no data supporting that. Instead, we, law-abiding citizens, are all being watched by the government.
they're constantly installing cameras, constantly getting more citizen buy-in, and constantly more integration with local governments and state and county agencies. In the beginning, pretty much like I said, it was pretty much city cameras and a few privately owned cameras in certain areas. But now we're talking about everything from DOT cameras, building cameras in certain places, government buildings, massive private places like Atlantic Station developments. It's really expanded over time.
How about, if you can remember, how about starting in 2012, 13, going into 13, how expansive was the areas I've asked you about, capturing, the camera system?
Camera system in those areas you specifically asked for back then, it was kind of still in the beginning stages of it. A lot of pan tilt zoom cameras Whereas pan tilt zoom cameras are pretty much designed to watch larger areas, try to catch everything. And if somebody who's monitor sees something, he can pan and zoom in on what's going on. But over time, there's been a massive increase of LPRs, the license plate reader cameras. And in fact, a lot of places, they're constantly studying the effectiveness of the cameras. So a lot of times in some areas, they've moved the pan tilt zoom cameras away because they weren't really catching what they wanted and went to LPRs, because the way you have to constantly look at the system is you have to look at the crime that's going on in a specific area. If more crime is vehicle borne, LPRs are better. But if you have some area, just to give an example.
Let me tell you a tale. Over here in Malmö, by Swedish standards, a crime-riddled area of Sweden, they put out cameras around a square because, there's a lot of dealings going on there. What happened? They moved. So just about $2 to $3 million worth of cameras and surveillance, useless because the criminals just moved.
Example, like down around Phillips Arena, Mercedes-Benz and stuff like that, you have a lot of pedestrian traffic. Those instances, pan tilt zoom cameras serve you better because you can use it as a force multiplier to watch what's going on without actually having to have people on the ground doing it. So one person multiplies his ability to keep an eye on things.
And how about, so I asked about 2012 going to 13. How about 2013, 14, and 14, 15? Because this is January 10th, 11th, 2015, right?
Yes.
Tell the jurors how the cameras were at that time, if you remember. If you don't remember.
Yeah, it's pretty much like I said. It's just been a constant growing, like a child. Some starts off as an infant, and now they're a teenager getting ready to get out of high school. So you like compare an 18-year-old to a toddler as far as growing of the system.
And it started in approximately 2008, 2009. Is that what you testified to?
2000, but I remember initial meetings of the back goes even back further.
2005.
5, just meetings and talking and discussing. Pretty much, to give an example, a lot of the stuff is patterned after London. London is one of the most surveilled cities in the world, and they've been using this stuff in London for years. And the powers that be got the idea that Atlanta International City, let's use this to help us out.
Okay. And by January 10th of 2015, were there these type of cameras throughout the city that we're talking about right now in the area that could have been gotten? I know you weren't asked to do it.
Yeah, possibly.
Okay.
Because the thing is, though, because it's one of the things I can't say where the cameras were at that time, what they were looking at, or like we said, if the camera was even working.
Okay. Now, I'd like to, you were asked a lot of questions about the gentleman in the camouflage dress.
Yes.
God forbid was shot. You know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay. That person, do you know what time, do you have any evidence to show what time that person exited any building?
Not that I remember.
Okay, so that person was already on the scene around that vehicle that you identified, I think with the help of the prosecution, as an Tahoe. Is that fair to say? So he was on that scene the entire time?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you remember how many minutes that was?
I couldn't say off the top of my head how many minutes. He was there because the video starts, what's it, like 8 minutes or so before the shooting.
Okay, so at least 8 minutes.
Yes.
All right. Now, I also want to show you, with the help of Mr. Kokomo, with the court's permission, and I believe it is State's Exhibit 295Y, and that's at Texaco gas station. If I'm wrong on the exhibit, I'll get corrected, okay?
All right.
And if, with the court's permission, can Mr. Kokomo show that parking lot, Your Honor? Thank you, sir. And I'd like to focus on what I think you've identified as a Pontiac vehicle. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's just go through this.
The Pontiac vehicle who isn't in the indictment.
Do you know whether the images can be zoomed in on?
If you play with the player, yes, you can.
Okay, thank you. I have 295Y. The parking lot, zooming in on the Pontiac.
I believe that's camera 10.
Thank you. If you show it, then I'll be able to. If you can get it to the Pontiac beam there, that would be helpful. Your Honor, for the record, this is stage 295Y, camera 10, according to the Honorable Douglas Weinstein, and I'll give you the time in one moment, Your Honor, once Prosecutor Love puts it on the screen. Okay, and I think it's there. If you could come back. You could just come back a little closer, less blurry. You can make the car come forward, if that's okay. Perfect. Okay, and Your Honor, that's 1842. Is that the Pontiac you've been talking about?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you're certain it's a Pontiac because you know cars, you have a Pontiac? How do
I
you
used
know?
to have a Pontiac,
Okay.
so that's why I'm familiar with
Okay.
that grill on that car.
You familiar with what?
That's why I'm familiar with the grill, you know, kind of.
He's familiar with the grill of that car. He shouldn't have said that, but it opens up a new avenue for the defense, which they use.
On that vehicle.
You said the
light.
grill, is that true?
Yeah, the grill and the lights
Okay.
pattern.
Let's do this then. Can we, with the state's permission and assistance, with the court's permission, of course, can you blow up the grill as much as you can without it getting too distorted? I'm sorry? Can you zoom in on the grill? Underneath the car. Okay. Okay, that's fine. All right, do me a favor. On that, if you could just put it back on the screen, if you don't mind. Detective, I'd like you to, and if you don't want to do it, I'm not asking you to stand up, but if you don't mind standing up, there should be a stick around you. If you could show the ladies and gentlemen jury the grill you're talking about.
This portion.
Okay, now, explain to them what you mean by seeing the center of the grill.
Well, just the general shape of it.
Okay, and then can you do me a favor, using the pointer, can you show the ladies and gentlemen the center of that grill? Is there a vertical line or design in Pontiac that you recognize?
No, you mean the vertical line? No, it's just I recognize the general shape as a whole.
All right.
Because just the lights and just the grill, this whole thing is what I recognize as being a Pontiac. And that's,
I'm sorry.
and I'm not a vehicle expert, but I just used to own one. That's why I just.
Grab that across the screen, just point for a second.
Yes, you may.
If you just help me out for a second. So I'm referring to. You see this going up and down?
Yes, right there.
Okay. And that's part of the grill. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. Now, when that car, that Pontiac leaves the scene, this is, you know that to be a proper time. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
How do you know it to be the proper time, the 1842?
Because this particular system, like I said, is a computer-based system and is connected to the internet. Same way as your laptop generally keeps the time.
Okay. So,
Versus the system in the barbershop, it's more of a DVR system. It has a small battery in it to keep the time right on, if the power out goes out or something like that. Problem with those systems is daylight savings, things of that nature. You constantly have to update the time.
that's more human error.
This human error because most people don't know, how to do that. Once the installer installs it for them, let it keep going. Whereas this system does it automatically on its own.
All right. And if we can go to, and I may need a little help here, the barbershop capturing right before the shooting occurs from the street angle. That should be State's Exhibit number 292. And I have A, but I could be wrong. Could you? You have it? Oh, Mr. Kokomo said he's doing it. Thank you. He said he's doing it. Thank you, Mr. Kokomo. Thank you very much. And if we can move it almost at the time of the shooting, which is around, according to this, I know it's not the real time because we have to subtract 46 minutes, but about 8:08. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
And the shooting is actually what, 8:08 is about 30 something?
it's some seconds in. I don't remember specifically how many seconds in, but it's around 8:08.
All right, well, if Mr. Kokomo
This gets
can go slow,
important. Look at the grill
and
of
play, Your
the
Honor, it is
car
8:08:30
driving by.
it started. Okay, and 8:08:40 I got approximately, that's when the shooting occurred, right? Okay, if Mr. Kokomo can go back to maybe 8:08:20 seconds, I'd like you to look for, was the Pontiac a lighter colored car in the Texaco gas station?
Yes, it looked to be.
I'd like to see a car before the shooting.
There it was. Or was it next one? I don't.
Okay, if you stop,
There it was.
he went too fast, he's too fast. If you go back, Mr. Kokomo, to about 8:08:27. I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo, detective, to just stop it at 8:08:27 or thereabout, if that's okay.
Kokomo is a
Okay,
court
stop at
employee.
8:08:26. Mr. Kokomo, are you able to blow up and zoom in on that car? Can you blow it anymore? Is that the best you got?
It gets it gets better.
Okay. If you can zoom out just a little bit.
Well, it's sure as hell isn't a Pontiac.
Can you tell, if you can't, if it's just too distorted?
I cannot tell what kind of car that is.
One more time.
I can't tell you what kind of car that is just from this picture right here.
Can you see, if Mr. Kokomo blows it backward, yeah, less distortion. Can you see that the grill has lines going horizontal?
Yes, I can see it right there.
Okay, and that's different than the Pontiac that you showed us earlier, correct?
Yes.
So that's,
Yeah. Pontiac grill horizontal vertical. That car horizontal, that's no Pontiac. And it's no Infinity either. It's neither a silver Infinity Q50 nor is it a Pontiac. We can all agree on that. That's the prosecution's case on why Mr. Jeffrey Williams and all the others are involved in this drive-by. Yeah, Kimberly, it's a completely different vehicle. Dave says it's a Chrysler 200. Let's see. See here. Yeah. Yeah, of at least the grill is more consistent with. Yeah, I can see that. But whatever it is, it's sure as hell not an Infinity 50 or a Pontiac. Oh, is the Infinity behind this car? Let's wait and see.
not the Pontiac, fair to say?
Fair to say.
And when I say the grill, can you just show the jurors, because, you know, they have a big disadvantage. We look at this stuff like 55,000 times.
Just from this portion right here.
You see those three grills going, or not grills, lines going across? Okay, and obviously you don't want to commit what type of car it is, but it's not the Pontiac, fair to say?
Yes, fair to say.
Is that correct? All right. Now, from here,
And
it's
an
approximately,
Infinity
if you could
doesn't
zoom
even
back out
have
to normal
grills.
shot, we're going to have another 12 seconds until the shooting, until what I call about 39 seconds, 40 seconds at 8:08. Is that true? So the shooting, what appears to be people reacting to gunfire?
Yes.
Okay. So I want you to count how many cars until presumably the car that's shooting the firearms, okay? Or the firearm. Okay, if you could play it, Mr. Kokomo. If it slows, that would be fine too. So you could stop it right there. If you go back, Mr. Kokomo. At 8:08:22, he's going to play it. If you could, Mr. Kokomo. That's some sort of SUV. This is the car we just stopped on, right?
Mhm.
Not the Pontiac. This is another car, another SUV, and then this is going to be another car, and then we're getting up to the time of the shooting. Fair to say?
Yes,
All right. The other cars that were in sequence, they were not the Pontiac either, right? Color-wise?
no,
Am I correct?
well, I think yes.
Okay. All right.
Why would
Do you remember how long it took until you see the blue light?
I mean? So this white or light colored car is out of frame. Then 12 seconds later, pew 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 pew. I didn't see any of the other cars swerving to get out of the way because that car stopped or anything. Did you? I didn't.
On the timer? When I say how long it took, I'm starting with, the 8:08:41.
Yeah, well, about 45 minutes or so.
Okay. And then the jurors have seen it, so I don't want to waste anyone's time.
Yeah.
So whatever's captured, though, you can see the lights
Yes, you can.
flashing even inside the barbershop. Fair to say?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right.
Exactly, Kimberly. The other cars were not the right color. Neither silver
You're
nor
grabbing
white.
and preserving
No, those were dark.
and memorializing
cars.
these videos that you did for us.
Mhm.
And thank you for your work, if I didn't thank you. You don't see the gentleman in camouflage who, God forbid, was shot after he shot. Is that true? He's off the screen that you were able to,
Until they start wheeling people off in the gurneys. That's,
so we don't know whether he fired a weapon or not. We just don't see him.
Uh-uh.
Am I correct?
yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I just have 1 second?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
No more witnesses has been jailed to make sure they showed up for trial. Not yet, anyway. Mr. Short, at the other hand, got into a bit of an argument with the judge who threatened him with contempt. But that is on day 85, and we will get
I
there.
thought you told me you didn't have anything. Oh, you deferred. Okay, all right. Let's go.
I promise you.
Yeah, famous last words. We'll see.
I know.
Okay, all right. Go
Okay.
ahead, sir. Take it down.
Thank you. Good afternoon,
That's an
Detective.
interesting theory from Dave Umby. Almost sounds like someone fired from the other side of the street, maybe from the sidewalk. Yeah, because we really don't see a car slowing down. We don't see anything because I don't know about, I'm not an expert in drive-by shootings, but if you're preparing to do a drive-by, shouldn't you be pointing the guns out or pulling the windows down before you fire? So you should be able to see a car at least prepare for the shooting. But we see nothing of that. Well,
My
here
name is Doug
comes
Weinstein. I'm Diamante
Mr.
Kendrick's
Weinstein.
attorney.
All right.
I just have a few questions for you. Mr. Kokomo, would you publish with the court's permission 292 Yankee Alpha?
Nope, Vamp. Didn't see anyone
Can you go
else on the
to
roof.
timestamp 808:20, about 20 seconds back? Yeah, that's good, 808:18.
Kimberly asks, they don't want to call Mr. Birdman or Lil Wayne. Wonder why? I don't wonder. I can say with quite a huge certainty they can't, because that would ruin the prosecution's case.
We'll be fine. Detective Teague, I want you to watch when the car goes by that appears to do the shooting and tell me if you see that car stop for 20 seconds, okay? Mr. Kokomo, please play the video.
That goes to the previous witness from my last stream.
Okay, thank you. Do you see the car stop for 20 seconds like something out of Boys in the Hood?
No.
Okay. Do you recall a few short minutes ago, you testified about State's Exhibit 295 Yankee, the geovision system in Texaco?
Yes,
And on camera 10 at timestamp 1917-17, you saw a man in a black coat. You testified that you saw a man in a black coat get in the driver's side of the Pontiac. Do you recall testifying to that?
yes, it did.
And then you testified that at 1917-27, that the Pontiac pulls out of the gas station, correct?
Yes, it did.
Do you ever see the man in the black coat get into any other car?
No.
So the last that you see of the man in the black coat is that he gets into the Pontiac and the Pontiac pulls out, correct?
Yeah. The prosecution tries to say that, well, he must have changed the car. Well, that would have been really good if you actually had footage and taken in footage of that. And there are so many videos that they didn't get. For instance, the McDonald's. The prosecution claims after the shooting, everybody gathered around that McDonald's. That McDonald's have cameras. They had cameras back then. So, in my opinion, the prosecution's case regarding the involvement of Mr. Williams or even the other people is complete bullshit. Complete bullshit.
Yes.
Okay, I have no more questions. Thank you.
Any other
And
counsels?
now, the best beard on in this trial.
Detective Teague, good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, sir?
Good. Carlton Matthews, we have Mr. Marquavius Huey.
Okay.
You were asked in the barbershop video some questions about this person that had on the red and white jacket, correct?
Yes.
You were asked whether or not you were able.
If you don't remember, former detective and supposed gang expert Gaither went in and asked the McDonald's cashier for the footage. She claimed, Miss Gaither, that, they wouldn't they didn't want to let the video. Here's the thing. The cashier probably told this absolutely useless human being that I can't do that. You have to wait for a manager. And Miss Gautier, being the absolute horrible investigator, I'll settle for that, and went back to the precinct. Absolutely worthless in law enforcement. Miss Gaither, as you might remember, if you have been with me for a while, was that a different overt act? Oh, yeah, sorry. That was that was the. Oh, what was that? Was that the? She testified about so much. Was that the laundromat thing? Yeah, maybe. I mean, all the things, all the absolute worthless thing is starting to blur together. But we can all agree that Miss Gautier, completely worthless as an investigator, after she retired, after 19 years, not 20, for full retirement thingy, she got a job in the neighboring county as a district attorney investigator, where she left after 2 months. Because, as she said on the stand, it wasn't for her. I would assume that the prosecutors in Cobb County, I think, told her, you are worthless. You have the option of leaving or getting fired. And Miss Gautier, it's also her reports. All of her reports from that time is missing. Except the things that the prosecution wanted to show the court. It's absolutely
Able to identify
horrifying.
that individual. Remember that?
Yes.
You were not able to identify that person, correct?
No.
You were able to see that there was a long gun or a rifle of sorts in that person's hand, correct? Were you, or did you give an assignment or receive an assignment to do any type of analysis on that rifle?
No.
Okay. Do you agree that the identity of that person perhaps could have been established had there potentially been some type of forensic evidence on the firearm being retrieved?
Speculation.
I stand the objection.
Do you have familiarity, Detective Teague, with fingerprint analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have familiarity with DNA analysis?
Yes, I do.
You do know that DNA analysis could potentially reveal particles on a handgun, correct?
Possibly if the person wasn't wearing gloves.
And did you see any gloves in the video of the person that was wearing the red and white jacket?
Not that I remember.
Okay. That being said, it would be fair to say that it's possible that there could be fingerprint evidence that could have been retrieved from that firearm, correct?
Speculation.
I stand the objection.
Do you know?
How the fuck is this speculation? It is not even investigative knowledge. It is common knowledge that if you handle a gun, you leave traces on it. Is it fingerprints or your DNA? Nothing was done by the prosecutors, and they say it's speculation or irrelevant, and the judge agrees. What the actual fuck?
Whether or not it's possible that fingerprint evidence can be revealed from a firearm.
Still calls speculation.
Okay.
Let's move on. Sir.
No, Judge Glanville, you absolute Jesus Christ. This, in every gun-related trial, one of the key evidence is retrieving DNA and or fingerprints. How the fuck is that speculation?
Let's talk about the technology that you have with respect to pooling together surveillance information and videos. That is actually something that can be done throughout the city of Atlanta with the VIC system, correct?
You mean pooling all the cameras in the area and stuff like that? You're talking about that? Yes.
Okay. And so it's not just relegated to certain segments of the city. These VIC cameras are throughout the city, correct?
Yes, they are.
They're in Southwest Atlanta, correct?
Some in Southwest Atlanta. That's why we have to have a map, to
Sure.
see where they are. Because by saying they're in Southwest Atlanta, one person could even speculate they're on every street in Southwest Atlanta, and they are not.
Okay. They are in North Atlanta in terms of the city, Buckhead area,
Yes, they are.
right? In fact, the technology is so advanced that you could literally follow a vehicle with VIC cameras from point A to point B if you did your homework, correct?
Not quite.
Speculation.
I stand the objection.
Do you know whether or not it's possible that you can follow a vehicle for many points throughout the city using the surveillance that's available to you?
Well, I can speculate how you can run into problems with that. Ideally you think that, but as I already said, a lot of the systems, pan tilt zoom cameras only look where they look. So say, I'm just giving you an example. Say the camera's right here. Just because the camera is right here doesn't mean that the camera's looking at the street. The camera could be panned looking at a field, something, or straight along the sidewalk, or even straight down, depending on what the last person left the camera at.
Okay.
So that's kind of hard to say, like, yes, you could follow a vehicle, because even today, we have issues in certain areas still following a vehicle for long periods of time, depending on where a crime happened.
Okay. Were you ever asked or received any assignment to do any surveillance or retrieve any camera footage from a 741 Morosco Drive, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's part of the indictment, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Morosco.
I hate to point it out, but this attorney is allowed to point out it's in the indictment. On day 85, Mr. Short points out to the judge, Your Honor, it's in evidence. It's been submitted to evidence, and the judge threatened him with contempt of court.
Seven.
I would have to look back specifically. Now, I've pulled video from so many places in the city just by throwing up an address. We keep databases and stuff where we go specifically. Because I've been pretty much all over the city pulling video, and I would need to be refreshed just off throwing off a location top of head. Cause there's some locations you can throw up and I pull video for 20 times. So I kind of had to be specific about, did I pull video for a specific incident that I recall? But Morosco, I pulled video from several businesses around the Morosco area for different incidents, because you got to understand, I pull video for the whole department and me and my coworkers. So we pull video for our burglary unit, larceny, auto theft, ag assault, robbery, and homicide. So just to throw out a location like that is like, need a little bit more context.
To your knowledge, have you been asked to pull any video footage from any area around 741 Morosco Drive, Northeast Atlanta, Georgia, in connection with this case?
Objection, Your Honor, that's an answer.
And the video footage that we've seen and that you've testified to here today, we have not heard any audio footage or audio with respect to any of the video surveillance at the Texaco, correct?
Correct.
And there was no audio, correct?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And there was no audio that you were aware of in any connection with the barbershop, correct?
No, not that I'm aware of.
So you're not aware of any conversations or any discussions that were being had in any of these videos that we've seen, correct?
No.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Any further inquiry? Any defense counsel? Redirect.
Detective Teague, you were asked on cross-examination by Mr. Sharp about what you pulled. Please tell the jury exactly what did you collect, and by that, I mean, what length of footage did you collect from each camera?
For this collected an hour's worth of footage from each camera on each system. A little bit more for the GeoVision because of the way that the system collects video. So, you know, just because I put in a time frame for an hour, it's going to give me a little bit more on the front end and the back end. It's just the way that system is designed.
Detective Teague, what length of time were you asked to pull?
Length of time from like 7 o'clock to like 8 o'clock.
Is this for the barbershop?
From the barbershop and the Texaco. I think the time's off just a little bit. I was directed by Detective Thorpe for specifics.
So Detective Thorpe thought
You were
that's
asked
the
on cross
only
by,
thing
Mr.
I'm
Sharp and
interested
Mr.
in.
Steele about
not
what
because
person
the evidence showed it,
Camouflage did
because
before the footage shown is
Yeah,
292
whatever.
Yankee Alpha. Were you at the barbershop just in that footage just before 7 p.m.?
Was I at the barbershop?
Were you on scene?
No.
Did you personally observe where the gentleman in the camouflage was in that footage
You mean,
prior to the shoot?
no.
And were you personally on scene when the SUV in 292 Yankee Alpha was parked in that parking lot?
No.
Teresa tries. So, this you bring up a really interesting point. They only showed 8 minutes because if you want to have before after, you check that just to make sure. Okay, did a specific car make rounds in order to stake things out? That's quite common. Now, I'm not saying it happens all the time, but it would be immensely stupid not to at least get an hour's of footage before. Because you want to know, okay, is somebody circling? Do we see the same car over and over again? Apparently not, because the prosecution only showed that bit. Thank you, Teresa.
Detective T, you were asked on cross about LPRs and big cameras. To your knowledge, were there any LPRs or big cameras at McDaniel in Northside on January 10, 2015 that you know?
Oral, sir. None that I knew of at that point.
You were asked on cross by Mr. Steele to explain the capacity of law enforcement to pull footage from areas. Are there more cameras now than there were in 2015?
Yes.
Are you able to say whether the Texaco footage was exactly accurate or off by a minute or two?
I said generally they're usually correct, but when we talk about time, everyone will have to come to an agreement about what time we're talking about. The time you have on your Verizon phone versus your time you have on your AT&T phone, T-Mobile, or the atomic clock. So we generally say, that's why we like to use approximate time.
Mr. Matthews asked you about the advanced nature of cameras.
Yeah, this isn't interesting. So let's skip ahead to recross.
Investigator Teague, you were just asked about the presence or availability of VIC cameras or LPRs. Remember that?
Yes.
You said none that you know of were
Yeah.
available. The way you determine if LPRs or VIC cameras are available is you look for them, correct?
2 ways. Either one, you're standing out there and you see it and you can point it out, or 2, you look at the map.
Look at the interactive map.
Yeah.
Did Detective Teague ever ask you to look for? Thank you. I'm getting to know him. Did Detective Thorpe ever ask you to look for VIC cameras?
No.
Did he ever ask you to look at the interactive map for VIC cameras?
No.
All right. Did you ever look for VIC cameras or at the interactive map?
No, I keep it moving on to the next request.
Because you're not the lead investigator, correct?
Well, I'm not.
Thank you.
Any further examination? Yes, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, sir. Can you just explain, if you know, how many days or weeks or months or years does your agency hold these images from these cameras?
VIC cameras, it basically our cameras specifically, the city holds for like about 2 weeks as of today, right now. Private cameras that are piped in through the system, the videos aren't technically stored on city servers. They're stored on the servers of the hard drives that's actually owned by that specific business. The city just has access to the recordings, so that can vary. Over my career, I've seen some hold as low as maybe a couple of days, depending on quality or whoever set it up to like 90 days or 6 months. It all depends on how big your hard drives are, if you have multiple servers and things of that nature.
Was that same answer applied to year 2014, 15, 16, something like that?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you actually watch with the owner of the barbershop and I'm going to say the manager, but whomever at Texaco? Were you there on the scene, actually able to watch the video and then download it or capture it?
No, usually the process I use is I go in and first thing I have to do is I have to establish the time offset if there is one. And once I've established the time offset, I pull the time frame that the detective referenced. Once I pull the video, these systems, you can't watch the video while it's pulling. You get a progress bar like you're downloading something. So you pick the cameras and you put the start time and the end time, and it downloads. Once I get back to the office, I make sure that what was requested is being shown, at which after that, all the evidence is turned over to the lead investigator.
And when you say the offset, that's the 46 minutes approximately that you're referring to in this case?
Yes.
And then you did the same protocol. You gave Detective Thorpe or one of your coworkers the downloaded playable videos that you showed this latest.
Yes, it goes directly to the lead investigator.
And then the lead investigator, you watched the videos to make sure they were there.
Yes.
Otherwise, you go back, I assume.
Yeah, and go back, and then the lead investigator, he's supposed to watch them again. Over time, sometimes they've asked, well, can you go back and get before? Can you go back and get after? Never was requested to go back and get any more.
In this case?
In this case.
Even though the car is driving past the barbershop, past the Texaco, and makes a turn?
I stand the objection.
Yeah.
I didn't answer the question. Okay. You made this available to Detective Thorpe, your work
Yeah.
product. Otherwise,
We wouldn't be here right now.
you wouldn't be doing your job.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
How did I lose a subscriber during this stream? Seriously, folks. Check if you're still subscribed, and if you aren't subscribed, please do.
Detective Teague, you all actually train the detectives that are out on the scene and equip them with the knowledge and information that the window of time to collect and preserve video evidence is short, correct?
Yes.
And that's why it's imperative that the lead detective who handles these cases call upon your assistance pretty quickly, correct?
Yes.
And when they don't do that, potentially helpful evidence is lost, correct?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anything further, sir?
I just want to find a question, Your Honor. 2013, 14, and 15 were big cameras and LPRs still in their infancy.
Pretty much for city use, yes.
No further question.
All right, anything further? All right, may Detective T be permanently or temporarily excused as a witness?
Temporary.
All right, sir, I'm a temporary excuse you witness. What that means is you'll be subject to being recalled at some other time. We'll give you plenty of advance notice. Just don't.
So that was Detective Teague, the collector of surveillance video guy. The rest of day 84 was usually I enjoy watching them argue about what evidence is being let in, redacted, and stuff like that. It wasn't. So let's skip that entirely and walk right into day 85, which concluded not that long ago.
All right, is there anything I need to take up before our jurors come in?
Let's see here.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, let's call for it then. Let's call for our jurors, please.
We are now on today. Whee! And the witness is, if I remember correctly, it's Donovan Thomas Sr. And let's listen to the beginnings of it. But again, the most interesting thing here is the cross-examination, because there's a lot of holes in his story. Now, again, I understand Donovan Thomas Sr. If it was my kid, I would probably have much of the same reactions as he has. That doesn't mean you can embellish the truth to get revenge. It doesn't mean you can claim you don't remember some things. Nobody gets justice from a flawed prosecution. No one. But I do understand him, so he will have that. And jury is coming in. I'm skipping ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Members of the jury, good morning.
Good morning.
All right. State, call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, they call Donovan Thomas Sr.
All right, summon Mr. Thomas Sr., please. Mr. Thomas, good morning, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind to turn and face my deputy who's sworn as a witness,
While you
please.
listen to that, I will go and visit the
Do you
big
swear
boy
affirm
courtroom.
testimony you give this court be the truth and only the truth? Yes. You may have a seat. State your name and also the spelling of your name for the court and to the mic.
Donovan Thomas, DONAVANTHOMAS, Senior.
Mr. Thomas, do me a favor, scoot yourself up as close as you can to the microphone so we can all hear your voice, okay?
All right.
All right, sir, thank you.
Mhm.
And Mr. Thomas, where are you from?
I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
And were you born and raised here in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes,
And do you work?
yes.
What kind of work do you do?
Home-owned trucking company.
And how long have you had your own trucking company?
2 years.
And are you married?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
31 years.
And do you have children?
Yes.
How many children do you have?
5.
Now, are all 5 of your children from your current marriage?
No.
How many children do you have with your current wife?
2.
And What are their names?
Sequoia Cade and DeMonte Thomas.
And how do you spell Sequoia?
SEQUOIACADE.
And you say DeMonte Thomas?
Mhm.
How do you spell DeMonte?
DEMONTE.
And with Miss Kate, does she have children?
My daughter?
Yes.
Yes,
How many children does Miss Kate have?
2.
And who is the father of her children?
Kelvin Treadwell.
And how long have you known Calvin Treadwell?
About 10 years ago.
Okay.
10 years.
And do you know Calvin Treadwell to have a nickname?
OG Bentley.
Now, when you speak to him, do you call him OG Bentley or do you call him Calvin Treadwell?
No, I call him Beebe.
You call him BB.
Yeah.
And you said you've known OG Bentley or Calvin Treadwell for about 10
And
years?
she's back on writing on
10,
a
11 years.
In those
freaking
10 years, did you ever know him to be associated with a gang?
flipboard.
Yes, YSL.
Basis. I'm overly objecting, sir.
And how did you know him to be associated with that gang?
You may, sir.
Through seeing him with him, being with him.
That would be hearsay.
Now,
But
since you have 5 children,
we all
you have
know
Sequoia
George
and
Glanville by
Demonte.
now.
How old is Sequoia?
My man. That's 33, 34, 35, something like that.
Somewhere in there?
Yeah.
Okay. And what about Diamante?
He was born in 90, so he's 34.
Who's older?
Sequoia.
Sequoia. Okay.
So she should be 36.
Now you said you have 3 other children.
Mm-hmm.
Give me is that a yes for the record?
Yes.
Give me the names of your 3 other children.
Dontavius Thomas. Marquavius Curtis. And Donovan Thomas Jr.
How do you spell Marquavius?
MARQUOVA. Oh, man.
It's okay. And you said last name's Curtis
Curtis, yes.
and then Donovan.
Mm-hmm.
Do either of them share the same mother?
Dontavius and Donovan.
And who is their mom?
Shawana Edmond.
And as far as Marquavius Curtis, does he have any siblings that are not your children?
Yes, he has those siblings.
Okay. Does he have any brothers?
Yes,
How many?
2.
Okay. What's his first brother's name?
Kelvin Watts.
And do you know the name of his other brother?
Justin, I want to say he might be a Curtis also.
Now, as it relates to Kelvin Watts, does he have a nickname?
Shell Kell.
And how long have you known Kelvin?
His whole life.
Now, when you look at Kelvin, you look at him as his son as well.
Yes.
Now, with Donovan, did he have a nickname?
Yes.
What was that?
Nut.
And when you spoke of Donovan, did you use his given name of Donovan Thomas, or did you call him Nut?
Nut.
Now, relates to Marquavius, does he have a nickname?
Yes.
What is his nickname?
Greedy.
This is Prosecutor
And do you know how long has he
Hilton.
had that nickname?
Halton.
Ever since
Oh.
high school.
I don't care. I mean, yeah, I really, there's few names in this trial I actually care about, and it's the defendants and the defendant's lawyer, and I'm having issues with remembering those names.
Now,
as
with
well.
all of your children over the years and prior to Donovan's passing, did you observe their relationship with each other?
Yes.
And how would you describe your children's relationship with each other?
Extremely close.
How did you allow your son to be
Now,
involved in a
focus
gang
on
that much?
Donovan
Sir?
and Greedy. How close is their
That's a
relationship?
question that has to be
Extremely
asked.
close.
And then what about Donovan and Kelvin?
Close.
Now, Kelvin and Donovan, are they biological brothers?
No.
Did they act as brothers?
Yes.
Also not biological.
Yes.
Now, when your children were younger, did they all live in the same home?
No,
Let's first talk about Sequoia and Diamante. Is it Diamante or Diamante?
DeMonte,
Diamante. Where is Sequoia and Diamante live?
Clayton County.
Versus Foundation Visitor.
I'm on Wood Objection, Mr. Chair.
As it relates to Dontavius and Donovan,
Yes.
where were they raised?
They were raised in University home
And where are the university homes?
near the AU Center,
And then what about Marquavius?
Marquavis, Summer Hill area. Summer
Hey,
Hill
Monica.
area.
Good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Now, in focus specifically.
Teresa Trice asks, how is this relevant at all? This is a part of the prosecution because they have to establish these are criminal gangs. And Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr. is a part of that.
Your relationship with Donovan. Were the two of you close?
Yes,
How close were the two of you?
extremely close.
Did you live in a home with Donovan when he was younger?
No,
When he was younger, how often did you see him?
younger me like 10 and under, 15 and under. 3-4 times a week, 2-3 times a week, somewhere in there when they were younger.
What about those teenage years?
Teenage years started being more 4-5 times a week.
And then what about in his adult years?
Same thing, 4-5 times a week.
How often, and now we're focusing on his adult years, how often do you all speak with each other?
Basically every day.
Focusing on adult years, when you see each other, where would you see each other at?
Different places.
Did they live with you as an adult?
No,
Would you all go out with each other?
yes.
What type of places would y'all go?
Clubs, adult entertainment clubs, went to a couple clubs like on birthdays with them. Video shoots, out of town, vacation trips. A little bit everywhere.
And you said that you all would speak to each other almost every day.
Yes.
Generally speaking, what types of things do you all talk about?
Everything, just life in general, period, everything.
Would your son confide in you about things happening in his life?
Yes,
And would you talk to your son about things happening with you?
yes,
As your son got older, did you learn of him being in a gang?
yes.
How did you become aware of him being in a gang?
Being in this present,
Being in his presence?
yes.
What did you notice about being in his presence?
I mean, things that were going on with him, clothing,
Here's a theory. Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr. himself was a gang member who has a beef with a rival gang. I'm not saying it is that, but it's a theory.
I mean, he didn't hide from it. I knew he was in a gang.
He said he didn't hide it from you.
No,
Do you know if he hid it from his mother?
he didn't hide it from, but I mean, he probably didn't go, she probably didn't know as much as I knew about it.
Now, you said you noticed a color. What in color did you notice?
Red,
Now, did you eventually learn what gang he was a part of?
yes,
What gang is it?
If gang,
Now, if you can recall, about what age was Donovan when you learned that he was in a gang, or started suspecting that he was in a gang?
probably like 2011 to 12, somewhere in there.
Good
I
question,
can't say
sir.
that
What
age he
about
probably would have been.
positive
He'd been in his
system with
20s though, but it was
so far
around
he's
that
only
time.
told they were in gangs,
So you passed in
not what he did
2015,
to
about
prevent.
3 years.
3 to 4 years, yeah.
Now, when you learned that he was in a gang, did you ever encourage him to leave the gang?
No,
Why not?
I stand objection.
Outside of Donovan, did you notice any of your other children were in a gang?
yes.
Who?
Marquavis and DeMonte,
And were they in the same gang?
yes.
Now, although Shell considered your son, did you ever notice he was in a gang?
Yes,
Okay.
Linda
And you said
says,
that-
not
Yes.
sure, but think he was quite AWOL when they
They
were
said you
small.
kind of saw
Maybe.
Donovan out and wearing these colors. Did you ever know if he had any ranking within the gang?
basically, yes.
And what was your understanding of it?
Your Honor, foundation.
I stand objection. You rephrase, madam.
Sure. Based on your observations and seeing him, do you see him around other gang members?
Yes,
And based upon seeing him around other, were there other if gang members that you saw him around?
yes.
Seeing him around other if gang members, how did you determine he had a higher rank in gang?
Basically call him big homie.
Now, I want to show you what's been marked and show the defense counsel as stated exhibit 324. Nikki?
Yeah, Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr. hung out with the gang members. It seems like it, because he was very close to Donovan Thomas Jr., knew about the gang involvement, but hung out with his kids doing gang things. Where does that put him? Well, I wouldn't say he's not an active participant in the Father of the Year awards.
You may.
Mr. Thomas, show me what's
Oh, sorry. I forgot.
the title of the outcome?
Yes.
Yeah, I said that Mr. Jingles is currently scratching my arm because I made the mistake of scratching his belly. And I told him, Mr. Jingles, please, I give you food. I give you shelter. Stop attacking me.
I have no further questions.
Cross, Mr. Adams or Mr. Steele?
Cross-examination. Now, up to this point, Mr. Donovan Thomas has testified to the degrading relationship between Donovan Thomas Jr. and young Thug and everything. So that is more or less the entirety of his testimony, is that they were more or less enemies at the time of his death. But now, here comes cross-examination. Yeah, I know. I know that people join gangs for survival. I know.
Mr. Thomas, my deepest sympathy.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask you some questions. And I'm going to take you back to January 10th, 2015. Okay, I apologize, but
Yes, sir.
at some point that evening, going into the 11th day of January 2015, is it fair to say you're at the hospital?
Yes,
All right, and your son is fighting for his life?
yes,
And at the hospital with you are other family members, close personal friends of the family. Is that true?
yes,
And one of the people there is your daughter, Miss Sequoia Cade. Is that fine?
yes,
Fair. And you mentioned on direct examination with Prosecutor Hilton that she has a relationship, has children, I think two. I don't know if you mentioned that, but I believe two children with a gentleman named Kelvin Treadwell or O.G. Bentley, or I think you said B. Is that all true?
yes,
All right. And is it fair to say that Ms. Cade and Mr. Treadwell had a child, an infant child, still in a car seat on the night of January 10th, 2015, if you can remember?
I'm not sure about that.
Is it fair to say that after January 10th, 2015, the two of them had a second child at some point?
Yes,
Do you remember approximately how long after January 10th, 2015, you were blessed with a second child in your family between Ms. Cade and Mr. Treadwell?
maybe 5 years, 45 years.
All right. Also at the hospital, among other people, I'm not limiting it, is a young lady who I think you used the name Bushi. Do you remember that? Being
Yes.
about that?
Yes,
Do you know her given name?
no,
All right. If I told you the given name, would that refresh your memory, or you just don't?
no,
know?
I just don't know it.
Okay. Then Bushi is also obviously close friends of the family. Fair to say?
Yes,
And she wouldn't hurt your family as far as you know. Is that true?
Objection, Your
Um,
Honor, speculation.
I stand in direction.
The closeness that Bushi has to your family, explain that to the jurors. How far it goes back.
her father and I came up when we were young together.
And you and the father of Bushi, I understand you don't know her true given name, but are close.
Not anymore.
Okay. You were close.
Yes,
And you were close on January 10th, 2015, that time.
yes.
Now, I'd like to go through some of the videos or exhibits rather with you, okay? I'd like to just start with, and then we'll circle back, but I'd like to start with an exhibit that you identified, I believe, State's Exhibit number 324Y. And you can find in front of you if you have to, but it's going to come up on the screen. Can you just start with that, Mr. And Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo, in evidence, share that? It could also be to your left if that's easier for you. Either way, above you, and it's also to your behind you to your left.
Mhm.
So, if you know, is there any
For you who wonder what I'm doing back there, that is my 1.3 gallon jug of beer. And I'm looking if I can finish that in this stream. Cheers. Because you all need some entertainment when the parts here get boring.
do you have any knowledge in the hands? Well, identify again for the jurors. They just heard it one time. Who are the people in the picture?
My sons,
Can you just name them from either one?
Monte, Kelvin, Marquavis, and Donovan.
The hands.
What
of the-
exhibit are you showing, sir, just for the record?
Say, oh, it's the State's Exhibit 324Y. Yes. Do you know if it means anything, what the hand signal of your child is making all the way on the picture to the left? Do you know what
No.
that means?
No,
If it means anything.
no, I don't know.
How about your child in the second to the left? Do you know what that means?
No,
And then it's written there, this is on your child, and I understand the relationship you spelled out, but this is on Mr. Shelkel's social media account. Is that fair to say?
yes,
You recognize that, right? And I think, you don't know what BGCMB, I think you said you don't know what that stands for?
no.
Did Mr. Thomas, do you know what CMB? Do you have a family member? Did Mr. Thomas have a family member with the initial CMB?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell the jurors who that is?
Christopher Marquez Bennett.
And is he with us now?
No, he's not.
And when did he tragically pass?
Oh, I'm not sure what year, but I want to say maybe 2010, 11, somewhere in there.
And then the BG, did you notice some people wearing BG? Do you know what that stands for at all? On the BG and then CMB, same initials as the child?
No,
You don't know? Okay, all right. And then underneath that, you see the writing by a gentleman who is known as Shelkel, nicknamed Shelkel. You see that like a car, but a K instead of the C. You see that?
mm-hmm,
With 4 wheels?
yes,
Okay. And how we ride together, and then BGCMB. And then it tags someone. You got that?
yes,
All right. I'd like to go back now, because I think I understand. You're not with your child all the time, true?
true,
And you're giving your best information to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury today, right?
yes.
CC22 says, thanks, Nick. I was in and out today, so I missed a lot, and I rather look and listen with somebody who has law knowledge than being named a street lawyer. Thank you. Thank you so much. I do my best. I do my best. I make mistakes. I acknowledge it. But you in the chat, when I do the mistakes, you correct me, because I've been covering this case for over a year now. Things get a bit blurred together because the prosecution's case is such a scam. Such a scam.
But your son, you were trying to give information as best as you knew on his relationship with various people you were asked about, right?
Correct.
I'd like to focus on people that I believe you said, and if I'm wrong, just say, Brian, you're wrong. Brian Birdman Williams, I think you said that there was a stoppage or a change of relationship after summer 2014. If I'm wrong, just say I'm wrong.
You're correct.
All right. And summer 2014 to you is about when? What month?
Just say April to June, July, somewhere in there.
So by July.
Now we are into
Go ahead, sorry,
impeachment.
No, anywhere from like April to July, August, August started changing over to fall months. So
So after all,
So Donovan Thomas Sr. claims they, from April to up to July, their relationships went absolutely sour. Let's see what Mr. Steele has to say about that.
August of 2014, July, August 2014, to your observation, you don't see much connection between your son and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams. Is
correct.
That your testimony?
Yes,
And Jeffrey Williams,
correct.
same exact scenario, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to go through some exhibits with you. If I may, some of them are in evidence, some of them are not yet in evidence, and the ones that are not in evidence, we're going to show to you, okay?
All right.
The first one I'd like Mr. Kokomo to put up.
Mr. Steele even forewarns the prosecution and the court he will use items in evidence and some that isn't yet in evidence, which he will try to get admitted.
Is Mr. Williams, it's in evidence, Your Honor, already. Jeffrey Williams, number 13. It'll pop up again on your screen behind you, and Mr. Thomas, if it is easier for you, I'm not telling you it is, but
Yeah,
it's also.
I know it's too.
You like that one? Okay. All right. So this is already in evidence. Mr. Kokomo, Your Honor, put up Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 13. And you recognize this as a post from your child.
Correct.
True. And when I say a post, we're talking about it's uploaded to social media, right?
Yes.
Okay. And this date is May 26, 2014. So it's before the July, August term that you gave us, 2014, right? True?
Yes.
Okay. And what it says is that your child wrote big business _entertainment or ENT_nut, me and little bra at Thugger1, Booling at Big Homie at Birdman 5-star condo, pound 25 million, sky the limit, and I'm in the race, blood love, and then however many views in the date of May 26, 2014, right?
Yes.
Do you know who a performer Lil Wayne is?
Yes.
And do you know the relationship, if any, between Lil Wayne and Brian Birdman Williams?
Not at this moment.
Did you know about it before?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize, if you do, the picture behind your child? Do you recognize that as a picture of Lil Wayne as a child?
Yes.
Okay. And does that help orient you where this photograph may be taken?
No.
Does it help orient you in what your son wrote about at Birdman 5-star condo?
Yes.
Okay. And how do you interpret that?
Yeah, Birdman condo.
Okay. All right. And he's making a hand sign gesture or something with Mr. Williams. Is that all fair?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know at that time whether your observation that Mr. Williams and your son are friends?
At that time, yes.
Okay. I'd like to go, it's already in evidence, Your Honor. And it's Mr. Williams exhibit number 30. And the same thing, Mr. Thomas, once Mr. Kokomo shows it. And this is, again, just to orient you, this is Mr. Williams exhibit number 30. And it is, again, posted by your child, big business _entertainment_nut. Fair to say?
Yes.
On social media. And then do you recognize the top? I'm going to say that image that was posted or uploaded by your child has like 3 different pictures. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. The top picture, do you recognize who that is?
Mr. Williams.
Okay. And then in the middle picture, do you recognize who that is?
Birdman.
And do you recognize the young lady who's next to him?
No.
Okay. And would it help in the center of what your child posted? Do you see where it says presents Rich Gang and then star, then YMCMB? You see that?
Yes.
Do you know what YMCMB stands for by any chance?
No.
Okay. And then underneath in the biggest letters here in cursive, it says Flashy Lifestyle. Can you see that?
Yes.
And then underneath it, episode 5,
Yes.
featuring Thugger. You know who Thugger may refer to?
Yes.
Who's that?
Jeffrey Williams.
Okay. And then you see where it says and Paris Hilton?
Yes.
Do you know who Paris Hilton is?
Yes.
Does that look like her?
Yes.
Okay. And then underneath that, you see where it says watch now on World Starship. I think I did that right. No, I didn't. WorldStarHipHop.com. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then underneath it, is that another picture of Miss Hilton?
Yes.
All right. And then at the bottom, if you keep scrolling down, because Mr. Kokomo blew it up, but you see the date of August 9, 2014?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, your child is promoting, that's my word. If it's not the right word, just say, I disagree with it. Promoting this lifestyle flashy episode 5. Is that fair to say?
Mr. Senior just testified that the relationship went really sour from April to June, July, and then more or less they were mortal enemies. Here they are on August 4th with Donovan Thomas Jr. promoting Jeffrey Williams. That's strange, right?
Yes.
All right.
Now, this is good impeachment. It's not
The next one I'd
insensitive.
like to show you
They're just
is
showing
an evidence.
you might be wrong.
And it is State's Exhibit number 330Y. And it is in evidence.
Again, Mr. Steele is very on point with this is already in evidence. He really pointed out, it's almost as he predicts what's coming. Yeah, August 9th, sorry.
Well, Mr. oh, never mind. Okay, do you remember seeing this earlier?
Yes.
And you said you recognized that you introduced it. It was introduced through you.
Yes.
Remember that? Okay. Just to orient, this is State's Exhibit number 3Y. And it's again, your child's social media posting or uploading, right?
Yes.
And that's a picture on your child's social media account, big business _ENT_nut, right?
Yes.
And then that's your son. And I think you had a little, you couldn't tell earlier, but that's going to be the hands, the prayer hands, right?
Yes.
In the, you know what I'm referring to in the,
On his medallion.
yes. Okay. And next to your child is a gentleman named Gervin, goes by Fly Henry. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you identified him as the owner of TIG Records.
Yes.
Do you know what TIG stands for by any chance?
Think it's a game.
Okay. And your back is to the jury, which
Oh,
may be hard to, no,
I understand.
it's me. I had you
Yeah.
looking the other way.
Okay.
But just to, that they can hear you and see.
Okay.
Can you just tell them what TIG stands for?
TIG stands for Think It's a Game.
Okay. And that's the record label. Fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And that's the gentleman, the owner of it, as far as you know.
Yes.
And you made it clear, but your child has to your observation, has no interest in TIG Records, right?
No interest, meaning no paperwork interest.
Correct.
Correct.
He doesn't get tax returns. He doesn't.
No.
Okay. Now, underneath that, or excuse me, on the picture, if Mr. Kokomo can blow up the picture a little bit, I'd like you to explain to the jurors as best you observe it. You see your child wearing a hat.
Yes.
Okay. And is that what I would call like a baseball hat? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And do you recognize the color, the main color of the hat?
Red.
And then do you also see the blue on the like open part of the hat, the adjustable part of the hat?
Yes.
I talked over you. Go ahead.
I see a color now.
Can you see it being blue?
It's blue or black. That's a dark color.
Okay.
Yeah, it's blue.
If you could just remember that hat also, if you don't mind, I'm going to try to orient it to another photograph, okay?
Mhm.
But before we leave this picture of Mr. Kokomo, or exhibit, excuse me, Mr. Kokomo can go to the bottom of the exhibit just for completeness. This again is your child's big business _ENT_nut. And your son wrote, me and my brother at Who is Fly, right?
Yes.
And that's Fly is Mr. Henry's nickname, we'll say.
Correct.
Okay. Yesterday and then it says Rich Homie Quan at Thugger 1. You know Rich Homie Quan, you said?
Yes,
You know him since his birth because you're friends with his dad, right?
yes,
And Thugger 1, do you know who that would be referring to?
yes,
Tell the jurors.
Mr. Williams.
And then it says video shoot lifestyle. Then pound think it's a game. You see that?
Yes,
The video shoot lifestyle. Do you know what that refers to?
the music video song they had.
And the song's named?
Lifestyle.
Right. Okay. All right. And when you say they, you mean who's
Mr.
they?
Williams and Quan.
Okay. And do you know the name of that band or a group?
Rich Gang.
Thank you. And this is again inside your parameters of dates. This is June 6, 2014 post, right?
Correct.
All right. If we can now go to Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 32. This is not in evidence, so I'm going to ask Mr. Kokomo, with the court's permission, to approach you, if you're okay with that, Mr. Thomas.
Yes.
Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach?
How does he show us the state first?
We've done that, but yes, he'll do that again. No problem. Yeah, no, 32. I gave it to you earlier in the case. I don't think I did.
Thank you for being here, Taz. You've been here for 2.5 hours.
Have you seen the music video lifestyle that you were referring to, the song?
Yes.
You remember your child in the video?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Kokomo, with the court's permission and your permission, is going to approach you. This is Mr. Shaquille Kokomo, okay?
Yes.
He's going to show it to you outside the presence of the jury, so kind of between the two of you. Just tell us if this is the music video that you recall, and you can listen to it too, but it'll be very low.
And while he reads, I would like you to hit the thumbs up. It really helps the channel. And you probably know this already, so please do. I mean, I'm getting
You
smashed.
recognize what now is marked
you,
Mr. Williams'
for
number
entertainment.
32?
Yes.
And is it true, accurate, and complete as far as your memory is when you've seen that video, music video in the past?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams' number 32.
Any objection to Fani Williams 32?
Yes, Your Honor.
Cases.
Here, sir. Sorry.
I sustain the objection.
Your Honor.
I sustain it. We've had a conversation about this already. I'll note your objection to it.
Mr. Donovan Thomas identified the evidence, and he still doesn't get it in due to hearsay. That's the exact same objection the defense made regarding numerous of evidence as hearsay, and the prosecution still gets everything in. And this, for me, shows Judge Glanville's absolute bias. He is a part of the prosecution's team just as much as Miss Hilton, Miss Love, corrupt Fani Willis, or the junior prosecutors whose names I don't care about.
You can continue.
Well, then, Your Honor, I move for the admission until again later without sound.
No, I'm still gonna not admit it this time. I'm gonna stay in the state's objection.
Well, then I move for the admission at 156 screenshot.
I need to see it first, so.
Mr. Kokomo is approaching, Your Honor.
I mean, the judge has allowed the prosecution this and so much more. But once the defense wants to play by the same rules, judge
Your Honor, while
just
Mr. Kokomo is doing
becomes
that, Mr. Thomas, can you
spineless.
approach on that issue, on that objection?
Yes.
And it's a sidebar, which brings us to sidebar counter 195. Skip ahead. Skip ahead. All right, they seem to be done.
Jeffrey Williams, 232, screenshot. Thank you. That's wrong. Jeffrey Williams, 32, screenshot. At 1:50, at 1:56. That's the time. Mr. Thomas, do you mind if Mr. Kokomo approaches you?
Yes.
Take a look. Yeah. Take a look at that if you don't mind. And that's Mr. Williams, 32, screenshot 156. Tell me if you recognize your child in that picture.
Yes.
Your Honor, with over all my objections, which I'm not waiving, I move to the admission of Mr. Williams' 32 screenshot, and it's at 1:56. And then we will supplement a hard copy for the court reporter on the next break.
Any further objection?
Also, all the commentary.
Mr. Thomas, it's going to come up on your screen, okay? And then if you can, just take another peek at it, orient yourself, and then explain to the jurors where you see Jeffrey Williams, if you recognize anyone else, and then including your son, and point out the hat as well.
Jeffrey Williams, Rich Omicron, and Donald right here with the red hat on today.
And the red hat with that little, what I call the blue stripe?
Right here.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Were you there at the time that this was made? I think you said only.
No, sir.
You just did 2 video shoots?
Yes.
That's it, okay. And they were both in Atlanta, obviously.
Yes.
All right. So if you remember your son posting about flashy lifestyle, do you remember that other
No.
exhibit that we talked about?
No, I didn't never see that.
One more time?
I never seen that post.
Right. Did you remember your son post?
It was on his account, but I never seen it before.
Okay, it's the one that we showed earlier.
Yeah, you just showed it to me. I said, you asked me had I seen it. I said, yeah, you just showed it to me.
Okay, I misunderstood. That was already in evidence.
Right.
Okay. Were you aware of the flashy lifestyle video released on October 29, 2014 with your son?
No.
And Jeffrey Williams,
No, I'm not aware of that.
were you aware, have you ever seen the flashy lifestyle video with your child in it and Jeffrey Williams?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you this, but just if you really never start with it,
And
help
now I have
refresh
to
your
be
memory,
careful because
possibly
if
to
they
look at
play
a video,
it,
maybe
I
you know
need
the name of it, or
to-
you don't believe that.
Well, you can show it to me. I probably don't know the name of it. I can see it.
All right, Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo, it's been shown to the state, approach Mr. Thomas with Mr. Thomas's permission, Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 234, to see if I can lay a foundation. I gave it to them, Your Honor.
If they play it in court,
234.
I have to mute and do this. Otherwise, I will get copyright struck. Yeah. And by the way, this video is, I think it's December of 2014, months after Mr. Donovan Thomas Sr. claims they were more or less mortal enemies. They were in a video together. I should be sponsored by beer companies. I really should. But I'm not a big enough of a channel yet. So subscribe and maybe I will get a sponsorship one of these days from a beer company.
Take a look at it. If Mr. Thomas, your testimony is the way it is and you just never seen it, you could just say whenever you feel comfortable, I've never seen it, but then we're going to show you specific just screenshots, okay?
Okay.
And there's words, but they're on very low. There's music, but it's very low.
Objection to the commentary.
But we're playing, for the record, we're playing music very low.
And while they do that, please, if you have I'm a terrible grifter. But if you can,
I ain't never seen that video.
Okay, look at, with Mr. Kokomo, assistance, look at 4.
if you can and have things to spare, consider being a member. It's $3 a month, and you get access to all my members-only content and my Discord. And also the occasional super chat. I don't mind them at all. Or if you don't want to support the YouTubes, you can use PayPal, which is pinned on the top of the chat. So you support my channel and keeps it afloat. Thank you.
Or 25 of Jeffrey Williams number 2.
Or do you just want to give me beer money?
The
Whatever
child
works.
in that screenshot.
Mm-hmm.
You see him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I see him.
And then I'm going to show you, or excuse me, Mr. Kokomo is going to flip over to Jeffrey Williams, exhibit number 234, screenshot 2. The first one, by the way, Your Honor, was screenshot 1, and it's 524. Tell me if you recognize Jeffrey Williams and your son. And Mr.
I'm trying to see where I see my son. I don't see him in this.
That's okay. If you don't see him, it's
No, I don't see him.
okay. All right. If you look at Jeffrey Williams, number 234, screenshot 3 at 6:13.
I see him.
10. Do you see Jeffrey Williams?
Yes.
And do you see the gentleman that we've been calling Brian Williams, also known as Birdman?
I guess that's him with the head, but I can't see his face.
That's fine. And do you see the gentleman who you know is Rich Omiquan?
Yes.
All right. And then I'd like you to go to 11. I apologize. This is Jeffrey Williams, exhibit number 234, screenshot 4, and this is at 11:15 seconds, and it goes to the end. It's a video, but on the screenshot,
Yes.
you see your son, Jeffrey Williams, and Mr. Rich Omiquan, as you call him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, thank you. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, exhibit number 234, but based upon, I would like to introduce the entirety, Your Honor. I understand the testimony, but I believe it goes to impeach the testimony by contradiction.
Things might get heated from now on, so pay attention.
State any objection to Jeffrey Williams 234?
Yes, Your Honor.
Basis.
Self-serving.
I'll sustain that objection. All right, what about a 475 screenshot?
Yes, based upon this impeachment by contradiction and this foundation, because there's other individuals that were not identified.
This is the exact same thing the defense has been arguing regarding other evidence, and the judge let it in. But here, all of a sudden, rules matter. Now, it is proper. The problem I have with this is the inconsistency with spineless Judge Glanville. How he is so incredibly biased towards the prosecution. Because he has stated this on a few occasions. He wants this to be a fair trial for both sides. Here's the thing, folks. There's only one person, according to the US Constitution and Bill of Rights, that has the right to a fair trial. That's the defendant, not the prosecution. The prosecution's rights are depending on the defendant's rights. That's it. The prosecution actually has no rights. The defendant has. And that is what the prosecution has to work with. But judges like Judge Glanville, who claims they must have equal rights, is simply dead wrong.
What about screenshot 2? What was that?
Same objection.
524.
What's the basis for the screenshot 2?
I don't believe Mr. Thomas identified the shot.
He did not, so I'll sustain that.
Even if he testifies to he recognizes a majority of the people in that screenshot, it's not allowed in.
Screenshot 3, 6,
As Teresa.
Same one for
Yeah,
foundation.
I mean, I hope to all that is mighty that the jury gets it, that they see the absolute horrifying bias from this judge.
Other individuals in that screenshot. They have been identified. I'm saying that they haven't just last screenshot.
You want me to have 1 second?
All right, let's skip ahead a bit.
A. Can we approach Mr. Thomas, Your Honor, or Mr. Kokomo approach him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Thomas, that's a redacted.
Yes.
Do you recognize the people in that
Yes.
now? And who do you recognize them as?
Quan, Nut, and Mr. Williams.
Okay, your son, Rich Omikwan, and Mr. Jeffrey Williams.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll move now again, but it's a different exhibit number. Jeffrey Williams, 234 screenshot, and I called it now 3A at 6:13.
No objection to this.
Screenshot 3As.
All right. Mr. Kokomo, when you're able. So we are showing the jury with your assistance, Mr. Thomas, Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 234, screenshot 3A, and it's been redacted. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And can you just point out Jeffrey Williams there, your child, the hat he's wearing, as well as Rich Omikwan?
Mr. Williams, Peanut, Rich Homie, wearing a red hat with the blue across the front.
And then if you want to remain there, if you want to, we're going to show what's been admitted as Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 234, screenshot 4, that's at 11:15. And explain to the jurors who these people are.
Quan, Mr. Williams, and Peanut.
And did you have any idea before viewing this that this was even made?
No.
Did you have any idea that this was released on October 29th of 2014?
Objection,
No.
Your Honor, student, that's not this.
I'll stand here.
Did anyone, don't tell me what they said, don't tell me what they said, but did you ever have a conversation with someone, don't repeat what was said, okay, by another person, about this video?
What video?
It's called Flashy Lifestyle Video, released October 29, 2000.
How many lifestyle videos is it?
It's all right, it's all right.
So objection to the testifying, assuming that's not an evidence about any conversation that may or may not have happened. So that's my objection.
I stand the objection.
Okay,
So you're not
Mr.
gonna answer
Steele
the question.
is
Okay.
pushing the line here.
So if we go back to Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 30 that we looked at just a short while ago, Mr. Thomas. You remember this one that your son posted?
Yes.
Uploaded in the center, and Mr. Kokomo is blowing it up? You see where it says Flashy Lifestyle, episode 5?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was an episode 1, 2, 3, 4?
No, it
Objection,
wasn't.
Your Honor, assuming that's not.
I stand the
Do
objection.
you know what episode 5 means? What your son wrote?
No.
Bullshit.
Okay.
How are you even how can you even remotely be testifying truthfully about episode 5, meaning there's previous episodes, and saying no? That's just stupid.
I'd like to show you. Mr. Williams, exhibit number 33. It's already in evidence, Your Honor. And Mr. Thomas, do you recognize, he'll blow it up for you so it's easier to read. Do you recognize this as your child's social media account?
Yes,
And do you see where it says that your son posted YSL Entertainment and Club Crucial present? You see that?
yes,
And above that, do you recognize that gentleman on the left?
yes.
Who is that?
Mr. Williams,
Do you recognize the gentleman on the right?
yes.
And who is that?
Birdman,
And then do you see where it says Young Thug Celebrity Birthday Celebration?
yes,
And then it says, and I can't read it, so if you can read it, that's fine. It's something then Birdman.
yes,
And do you see where it says Thursday, August 14th, Club Crucial?
yes,
And it gives the address. You're familiar with that address?
yes.
What address is that?
2517 Dollar Hollowell Parkway, Club Crucial address.
Okay. And then if you go down, you see where it says August 14th, 2014?
Yes,
And your son was promoting Jeffrey Williams' birthday, right?
yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you, have you ever seen the birthday video made at Club Crucial?
No.
Did you ever know about it?
Who birthday video?
With your son in it,
Who birthday video is it?
Jeffrey Williams,
No, I haven't
your
seen it.
child?
I haven't seen it.
All right. Let me show you then, Mr. Williams, exhibit number 233, just for its entirety. You may not have seen it before, so like the other one, but then I'm going to show you Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 233, screenshot 1. Tell me if you recognize it, as well as Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 233, screenshot 2. The first one is at 41 seconds. The next one's at 50 seconds. Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach? Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach Mr. Thomas?
He may, sir.
Mr. Thomas, is that okay?
Yes,
Thomas, Mr. Kokomo is going to
Now,
show you
all
with
of
very
this is
limited
about
volume.
Mr. Steele
Jeffrey Williams exhibit number
impeaching
233. If you don't recognize it,
Donovan
just say,
Thomas Sr.
I've never
about
seen it before, and then
his
we're going to go to
testimony
specific
regarding
times.
his testimony regarding his son being friendly with the defendant after August of 2014, up until at least weeks before his ending.
Or screenshots, okay?
yes.
Teresa Troy says, one of the other chat members was able to attend court. She said jurors were making faces at state, laughing with defense attorneys. When I get to Atlanta in August, I hope there
Yeah, I've seen
there
it
is
before.
actually trial day when I get there, and that I can attend. Unless corrupt Fani Willis sees me and throws me in jail for whatever reason. Just to make things clear, I believe Fani Willis, she's a whore, and she's really bad at it as well. She had to pay Nathan Wade to do her. That is my genuine thought about Fani Willis. He lied in church on a Martin Luther King sermon. She stood up in church and lied. And if you're prepared to lie in church in front of God Almighty and the congregation, you're evil, pure evil.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Jeffrey Williams number 233. It is a
Object to any
music
further comment.
video.
Hold on. All right. The state have any objection to
Yes,
Williams
Your Honor.
233?
Self-serving.
All right, I'm gonna sustain that objection.
And I will
What
move,
about 41, Williams 233
Now
screenshot of
I'm
41
getting
seconds.
demonetized.
Your Honor, then I'll move for the admission of Jeffrey Williams 233 without volume then.
Same objection.
Same ruling, I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Okay. Jeffrey Williams number 233, screenshot 1, Your Honor, is at 41 seconds.
Any objection?
I don't think I've seen 233.
All right, Mr. Kokomo, can you show that to the state for at 41 seconds and 50 seconds, please?
I wish I could have an AI songwriter make a song that is actually called Fani Willis the Whore, but so far I'm unsuccessful.
So which one, ma'am?
Screenshot one and screenshot two.
All right, Mr. Steele, you can lay a little more foundation.
Okay, Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach Mr. Thomas and show Mr. Thomas Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 233, screenshot 1 at 41 seconds, and then at screenshot 2 at 50 seconds?
Yeah.
Mr. Thomas, we're going to go one by one.
Mhm.
You're going to be shown Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 233, screenshot 1 at 41 seconds. Tell me whether you recognize people in that screenshot.
Yes.
And who are those people?
See Birdman, Nut, Mr. Treadwell. I don't know who back that is to me right now.
Does it look like Jeffrey Williams?
It looked like him.
Okay, and then if you can go a couple of seconds later, it's 9 seconds
Will be
later.
in Michigan around August 19th to
And Mr. Steele, could you
24.
don't comment, okay? Just advance the video to whatever and just to orient, but do not testify.
This is Jeffrey Williams, number 233, screenshot 2 at 50 seconds. Can you look at that?
Yes, I see Mr. Williams and Peanut.
And then in Jeffrey Williams, screenshot 233, screenshot 2 at 50 seconds, going back to Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 233, screenshot 1 at 41 seconds. Does that orient you to seeing Mr. Williams as well in that 41 second?
Then Your Honor, again, to the second, just say screenshot, that's all.
Yeah, he's got to be able to identify that without assistance, Mr. Steele. So please don't do that again.
Okay.
Thank you.
Does that assist you?
Yes.
Okay. And who is now, I'm just going to ask the same question.
Mi-
Jeffrey
Mr.
Williams,
Steele
exhibit number
is
233,
playing the
screenshot 1
audience
at
a bit
41
here.
seconds. Who is depicted?
That's the same objection, Your Honor. All you have to say is screenshot one, because that's the only thing that's in front of me. That's the exhibit. There's no timestamp on here, right?
Yes, Mr. Steele, okay?
Who's in that Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 233, screenshot 1?
If that's his back, yeah, his back is to me.
Just give names.
Birdman, Nut, Mr. Treadwell, and Mr. Williams.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams exhibit number 233, screenshot 1, 41 seconds, as well as same exhibit 50 seconds.
Any objection to Williams 233 screenshot 1 at 41 seconds?
At 41 seconds, screenshot one, we have no objection to.
All right, it's admitted, maybe published as you see fit. What about Williams 233 screenshot 2 at 50 seconds?
Everything except for the 50 seconds. No objection to.
All right, it's admitted, maybe published as you see fit.
Mr. Thomas, again, is going to come up on your screen, okay? Now, you've seen this music video before, true?
This video here, yes.
Yes, okay. And just point out for the jury, if you don't mind, Jeffrey Williams, the people you identified, and say who they are, and just point to them if you don't mind. And this is, Your Honor, is Jeffrey Williams, exhibit 233, screenshot 1 at 41 seconds.
This will be Mr. Jeffrey Williams with his back to Birdman, Nut, and Mr. Treadwell.
Okay, and then if you don't mind, remain standing. Jeffrey Williams, exhibit number 233, screenshot 2 at 50 seconds. Can you look at that? And tell the ladies and gentlemen, jury, who you see.
Mr. Williams and Peanut.
Thank you. And do you know when this music video was released?
No,
Do you know when you've seen it?
no.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as Mr. Williams exhibit number 222A. And with the court's permission, Mr. Kokomo, approach you
Yes.
and just let you look at something, okay? Is it okay, Mr.
Yes.
Your Honor, is it okay? Mr. Kokomo approaches.
Yes, you may.
So Thomas, take a peek at this. The music will be very low. But tell us if you have seen this before, you recognize it. This is exhibit number 222A. Mr. Williams.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then we're going to show
You
you,
know,
with the court's permission.
Yeah. Mr. Steele, when he asks the questions, he adds things like the date and stuff like that. And yeah, he's really, really walking the line because he will get objected. So he will point out in the question to the jury something that doesn't agree with this with senior's testimony, and he's really walking the line.
Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222A screenshot, which is already in evidence. Actually, we don't need to show you that. We'll just put it up. But we'll show you also Mr. Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222A BR. See if you recognize that, okay?
And for clarity, what are you saying has already been amended?
222A screenshot.
You get the okay.
Your Honor, is it okay, Mr. Kokomo approaches?
He may.
Thomas, is that okay?
Yes. Mhm.
Do you recognize Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222A BR?
Yes.
Okay. And what is Jeffrey Williams 222A BR? It was just taken from you. Maybe it shouldn't have. It's what you just saw.
Like a video.
Okay. And is that a Greedy's your child, right?
Correct.
And what's Greedy's real given name?
Marquavius.
And you know he has a Twitter account?
No, he doesn't.
Okay. Are you familiar with what you just saw in Jeffrey Williams exhibit 222A BR? I thought we may have to show it to you again.
Right.
I thought you said you recognize it, but
Yeah, I did.
okay. And is that accurate and depicts what you remember seeing it?
Yes.
It's going to show it to you, Mr. Kokomo, with the court's permission. Is that okay, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just one more time, just make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
You recognize that?
Yes.
Any deletions, additions, modifications to Mr. Williams exhibit number 222A BR?
No, not that I know of.
Okay, Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams number 222A BR.
And against foundation and other individuals in that picture.
I sustain the objection.
Do you we may have to show it to you again. Do you recognize who's in that picture?
Yeah, my son is in there.
Okay, do you recognize whom else?
Mr. Williams, and I feel like I remember seeing Birdman.
Okay. I'm gonna do it a third time. Mr. Kokomo, can you just approach, make sure, Mr. Thomas, make sure that you identify all the people. Mhm.
Yeah.
You recognize everyone?
No.
Who do you not, or who do you recognize? Let's say it that way.
My son, Greedy, Birdman, and Mr. Williams.
Okay. Okay, Your Honor, we have one moment. We're going to redact this for a minute, okay?
But here's the thing that separates a great defense lawyer from a good defense lawyer. He's not scared. He will push the envelope all the way to the limit and over it just to make a point.
The 222A BRR. Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo approach?
Yes.
Tell us whether you recognize everyone,
Yes.
and is that true, accurate picture of what it depicts?
Yes.
And who do you see? Same people that you announced?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams exhibit number 222A BRR.
Any further objection to Williams 22 Alpha Bravo Romeo?
No further objection.
All right, it's admitted, maybe published as you see fit.
Okay. Mr. Thomas, it should be coming up on your screen, and it's, do you see what's now marked and admitted to evidence as Jeffrey Williams or JW 222A, B, and then two Rs?
Yes.
And do you see who uploaded or posted that social media?
Somebody named Most Wanted.
Okay, can you read underneath it? It might be easier to your left if that's better for you.
Let's say Most Wanted at Bird Gang Greedy. _ Bird Gang Greedy.
And is your child known as Greedy?
Yes.
Okay, and then point to the jury if you don't mind, the people in the picture. I know you've done it now 4 times, but just help them out.
That's Marquavius, Birdman, and Mr. Williams.
And Marquavius is close with Donovan Thomas Jr.?
Is he close to him?
Yes.
Yes.
Family, they're loving.
Oh, yeah, all my kids are close together.
And you were asked questions by the prosecutor about whether your other children had no contact with Jeffrey Williams after about the summer 2014. Remember something like that?
Yes.
Objection to
Basis.
mischaracterization of the evidence.
I'll sustain your question. You can rephrase, Mr. Steele.
Is it fair to say that, as far as you observed, your belief, your other children had no contact with Jeffrey Williams after around the summer, so we're using July, August 2014. Is that true?
I'm not gonna just say that month, but I know within that time frame going into the fall.
Okay. Now, this social media posting by your child that you just identified, that's Jeffrey Williams. I'm going in the opposite order. Brian Williams or Birdman, and then your child, Marquavius Greedy, correct?
Correct.
Let's go down a little bit. On the date, you see the date?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors the date of that posting by your son, Greedy?
December 4th, 2014.
Okay. Now, going.
Isn't that weird? This gentleman testified to the court. They were more or less mortal enemies by this time, and yet here they are together at December 4th, a month before the shooting.
Back to what's already in evidence, Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222A screenshot. I'd like to show that to you if you don't mind.
And you over a Drumble, please write something in the chat so I know you're there. Thank you.
Okay, on the screen now by Mr. Kokomo, Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222A. Screenshot is already in evidence. And do you recognize people in that screenshot of the music video?
Yes.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen, you can point to them who you recognize.
Mr. Williams and Mark Whiten.
Okay, and can you describe what Marquavius, nicknamed Greedy, is wearing to the ladies and gentlemen jury?
I don't know if it's white or gray with a BG emblem, bird gang wrote on with a red skull cap.
And Jeffrey Williams?
Look like a white sweat top.
And his glasses?
Yeah, he had on shades.
And hair color?
Red color.
And going back to Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222A, BRR, that has just been admitted into evidence, posted on December 4, 2014. You see that?
Yes.
By your child, Greedy? Describe what your child's wearing.
He wearing a gray sweat top, red leather, bird gang, red skull cap.
Does that look the same clothing as your child is wearing in Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222A screenshot?
Yeah, look like it.
And how about Jeffrey Williams? You see his hair color in here?
Yeah, I see the hair color.
Same color hair as in Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222A that you looked at earlier screenshot?
Yes.
And the same type of wearing glasses in both of them, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do you know why your child, Marquavius, nicknamed Greedy, posted this December 4th, 2014?
No, I don't.
Because based upon your observations, you thought, I'm not saying you're wrong, you know, just,
Objection to the commentary.
I sustain the objection.
you thought that there was no communication, right?
Yes.
Mr. Steele, you can't testify and comment. Please, I've told you this 2 or 3 times now.
That was my
Don't do that.
question. To your observation, you didn't realize there was communication. Fair to say?
Objection is vague and mischaracterization.
I sustain the objection.
To your observation, you
Here
did
we
not
go.
know that your son posted this social media, right?
No.
And it's fair to say that, I mean, these are grown children in 2015, right?
Yes.
And Donovan Thomas went to clearly other video shoots that you were not at, right?
Yes.
And you didn't even know about.
Yes.
And that's okay, right? He's doing what how he's living his life, right?
Yes.
Now I'd like to show you what's already in evidence. It's Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 222B with Mr. Kokomo's permission and this honorable court's permission. We're going to play with the court's permission, the first like 25 seconds, okay? And about in 18 seconds, tell me if you see your son, okay? Is that okay? Okay.
Yes.
You got permission to play?
Yes.
Oh,
And I can't play it because if I do, I will get demonetized and copyright struck. I will see here I can't even show. And they're back.
We're gonna stop at about 25 seconds. Tell me when you see your child, okay?
Okay.
And I have to. Oh, here we go again. I've been copyright struck 3 times during my streams because I wasn't fast enough. And it seems they're done.
Ready?
Fork. And now they are playing it, and it's a video, smoking, dancing, women.
That's your child, right?
Yes.
And did you see earlier Jeffrey Williams?
Right here in this deal,
No, earlier, before this. Did you recognize Jeffrey Williams?
I might have missed it.
That's okay. While we're here, and this is stopped at, I don't see the time, 18 seconds, 0.62. Do you see the gentleman in the white and the black shirt
Yes,
with your child? You see-
yes,
And is that fair to say you know that person?
yes.
And who's that person?
Rich Homie Quan.
Okay. And if we go back just a little bit, did you see Brian Williams, also performer known as Birdman, before this?
Yes,
Okay. And do you see the gentleman behind him?
yes,
Who's that gentleman?
Mr. Williams.
Okay. And can I have a time on that, Mr. Kokomo? For the jurors? That's 11:12, 11:38. The jurors have seen this already, so if you want to see it, but you didn't know that your son did this. Do you know what this song is?
No,
Okay. You didn't know that your son was in this video with Jeffrey Williams?
no.
You know it was released November 20th, 2014?
I sustain the objection.
And here we go. This is a perfectly valid impeachment question. Did you know that this video was released on this date? Perfectly valid.
Do you know when it was released?
No, I do not.
And we need to strike that question, the first question, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're to disregard the answer to the first question, okay?
Your Honor, it already came into evidence.
Yeah. It's already in evidence, Your Honor. It's already in evidence. You admitted this over the objection of the defense, and you admitted it. The prosecution yelled and screamed and nagged and bitched about it for hours, and you let it in. And now you claim it cannot be used for impeachment. It is so stupid. But again, it shows the absolute bias of spineless Judge Glanville. He should be calling himself Prosecutor Glanville after this trial, because he's not a judge at all.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you to return to your headquarters for just a second, please?
And here we go.
Sir, if you could step outside for me, please.
It's already in evidence, and Judge Glanville throws a temper tantrum. I mean, Mr. Steele has been walking the line, but that was a perfectly valid impeachment question.
Jury has left us. Mr. Steele, you've got to stop commentating or offering commentary in front of the jury. I've warned you about 4 times. If you do it one more time, I'm going to hold you in contempt. Contempt is punishable by fine and/or jail of up to 20 days. I don't want to have to do that. But please do not comment in front of this jury anymore, okay?
And now remember the hours and hours of this being done by the prosecution in front of the juror. And spineless Judge Glanville does jack shit about it because he has no spine. He's a coward.
That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. Do we understand one another? I need an audible response, sir.
I said, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Just as long as we do that, okay, but all right. Let's take a comfort break. We'll take 10 minutes, okay? All right, we're in recess.
Any reason to believe it?
Here.
Proceed.
They are back. But again, for me, this is so obviously biased from Judge Glanville. Obviously. Because the prosecution has done this and so much worse in front of the jury. And the only people who gets punished is the defense. Every time he knows the prosecution has fucked up, he spins it into you all need to know or something vague, spineless shit like that. Here's the thing. Mr. Glanville is Mr. Glanville will be the chief judge for the foreseeable future because he just won his election for remaining on his post. So he can do this crap for the rest of his career, probably. Remember that. Judge Glanville is authorized by Fulton County voters to keep doing this for years, for the foreseeable future, probably until he chooses to retire. And when he retires, he will get a pat on the back and people will say, how good, oh, how great he is. No, he's a fucktwat. YouTube, I said 4-quad and nothing else. I meant 4-quad. It's the accent. I promise you, it's the accent. I don't think he should be a judge at all. Because there's something seriously wrong with Judge Glanville.
All right, Mr. Steele, you may continue when ready, sir.
So Thomas, I'd like to show you what I have marked as Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 227R with Mr. Kokomo's permission. Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach Mr. Thomas?
He may, as long as he's shown the exhibit already.
Is it okay with you, Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Yeah, my accent makes words sound different from what I mean. I promise you.
Mr. Thomas, do you recognize what is depicted in Mr. Williams number 227R?
Yes, I seen Peanut.
Okay. And do you see are there any other people in the,
I couldn't see him clear.
Mr. Kokomo, can you let Mr. Thomas see it? Your Honor, can Mr. Kokomo approach Mr. Thomas again?
He may.
It's okay, Mr. Thomas?
Yes. Okay, I see it.
Do you recognize the people in the exhibit Jeffrey Williams 227R?
Yes.
And who are those persons?
Peanut and Mr. Brian Birdman Williams.
Okay. And you recognize the social media account?
Well, I didn't look at it then.
Mr. Kokomo?
Now, this 1.3 gallon jug of beer is making me... I have to go to the big boys room. I will see you in 90
Big
seconds.
business.
Okay. You recognize that?
Yes.
Any reason to believe it does not accurately depict what it purports to be with the images therein and the social media account?
No.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Jeffrey Williams exhibit 227R.
Any objection to states, admission say Jeffrey Williams, 227 Romeo?
No.
All right, it's admitted, maybe publish as you see fit.
Same example. Then would you just help out the jurors as we go along? Mr. Thomas, again, this is JW, Jeffrey Williams exhibit 227R. Can you just show the jurors the social media account that it's posted on, if you don't mind?
Big business ENT night.
And that's your child's, right?
Correct.
And then can you point to the ladies and gentlemen who is depicted and what they're doing?
Oh, it's Nut and Birdman.
And you see their hands, your child's, I believe, right hand, and Mr. Williams, Brian Williams, left hand. Do you know what those signs mean, if anything?
No.
Okay. And do you know where they are?
Look like a limousine or something.
Okay. And then if At the bottom right, can you tell the jurors the date because it's small writing?
August 25th, 2014.
And do you know where this was taken, or were you involved in this? Any observation?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you, sir. With regards to Mr. Williams, number 228R, with the court's permission, I'd like Mr. Kokomo to ask to approach Mr. Thomas, Your Honor. Don't go yet.
Are you all seen it?
Yes, we just.
Okay, yeah, you can approach, sir. Yes.
Mr. Thomas, okay?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas, same type of questions. Just take a look at it. Tell me whether you recognize the social media post. Tell me whether you recognize the people depicted therein.
I can't see the person at all. There we go. I can't see the face on that person.
It's okay. Is there anything about the orientation, or you
No, I
can't?
just can't see the face on the second person, that's all.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
And I'm back.
Can you recognize that person without the face, by the arms
No.
or anything like that?
No,
The hat, nothing?
no.
What, he doesn't know
Don't go too
hindsight?
far,
Yeah,
Mr.
sure.
Your Honor, I'd like to show Mr. Thomas, Jeffrey Williams exhibit number 229R. Your Honor, may Mr. Kokomo approach?
You may.
I wasn't moving to admit that one. Your Honor, may we approach a brief second?
Yes.
And dun dun dun. It's sidebar counter 196. Woo! We are closing in on 200. Now, this is technically trial day 85. It isn't an actual trial day. You can remove easily 10 to 15 days due to administrative days. Then you can remove half days, which is another 5 days. Then all his 90 minutes, 1 hour lunches. Every time he decides to take a 25-minute, 10-minute break. I believe, honestly, we are maybe at day 60 of actual trial days. So 3 sidebars per day and on average, which is a huge amount. Oh, come on. They're still there. Ah, here we go. Yeah, Judge Glanville has
Yes.
Veterans
Yes.
Court.
And do you have
on
any reason to
Fridays,
believe
I
that that's not accurate and complete?
No.
All right, Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams exhibit 229R.
Any objection, further objection by the state?
No further objection.
Okay, Mr. Williams, 229, overwhelmingly is admitted, over objection, and maybe published as you said.
And by the way,
Okay, and Mr.
tomorrow
Oswald, that's
is
coming up on the
half
screen.
day in the
Again,
Young
you
Pro
knew
trial.
which gang to be Mr. Williams, Mr. I won't use a
Between-
given name, Rich Homie Kwan.
Right.
Tomorrow is between 9 and 12, which essentially is between 10 and 12. So it's a 2-hour court tomorrow.
Once it comes up on the screen, if you could help orient the jurors. You see Mr. Williams exhibit 229R,
Yes.
and that's a posting on social media by your child, fair to say?
Yes.
And on the left-hand side, it's his, your son, Donovan Thomas Jr.'s business, fair logo.
Mhm.
That's right?
Yes.
Okay. And then on the right-hand side, big business _ entertainment _ nut, right?
Yes.
And then hashtags, big business, hashtag think it's a game, hashtag rich gang, right?
Yes.
And rich gang Jeffrey Williams part of.
Yes.
And this is dated December 8th, 2014.
Yes.
Okay. You didn't know about that promotion?
No.
Now, everything that we have talked about and shown deals with your child's music interest. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you know Jeffrey Williams to be a musical artist?
Yes.
In 2014 or 13, 14, going into 15, did you understand whether Jeffrey Williams was a well-known artist, musical artist?
You saying that he got himself established?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And did you keep up with his schedule, how often he was in Atlanta area and how often he was performing elsewhere?
No.
Now, this is our.
I have to say this. Recently, I've gotten into these top songs played by month videos on YouTube. And I mean, before I started covering this trial, I had no idea who Young Thug was. As you might understand, I'm not a hip hop fan. I'm more death metal stuff. But I started to watch these top songs played by month and then it came to the 2010s. And Young Thug's collaborations has at least two in, I believe, 2015, 2016, something like that, which is in the top, as the absolute top played songs in the world. That's how big he became, and still is, apparently.
In evidence, this is State's Exhibit number 331Y. Your Honor, may I display it? Mr. Thomas, you've seen this before. It's going to come up on the screen again. If you, just to refresh everyone's memory. Do you remember seeing this earlier today?
Yes.
And explain to the jury?
Yes.
And again, and it's just me. Do you mind? Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you very much. Okay, and if we start at the top again, just to orient, this is big business _ entertainment _ nut. Fair to say?
Yes.
And then it has on the bottom, well, it has a picture. You see your child's wearing two different chains, the ones that you described earlier, I believe.
Yes, he have on a couple chains.
Am I right? It's two?
Yes, he have on a couple chains, yes.
Yeah, and this one chain is for your child's brother, right? CMB?
Yes, his cousin. His cousin.
I apologize.
You are.
And then the other one, I believe, I'm not 100% sure, so correct me, that's the hands, the praying hands, right?
Praying hands, yes.
All right, and that's your child, who we
Yes.
talked about in the white?
Yes.
And then to his right, do you know who that person is?
Birdman.
All right, and I know this is in evidence, we've seen before, but if we could just go up. All right, sorry, the other way, down. And your child posted on his social media, big business _ ENT _ nut, me and OG Stunna, summertime, booling, Labondo, blood love, my N, 100. You see that?
Yeah.
And the C was removed to the B in a couple of places. Is that fair to say? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, that's fine.
Oh, you missed what Labondo? You said something about Labondo. What's Labondo? Let's say booling. Let's
That's
say booling.
January 2nd.
LA on.
Oh, LA, you're right.
LA, yeah. Okay.
Right.
This is 8 days before, when this witness claimed there were mortal enemies. 8 days.
I'm
Just
sorry.
make sure.
No. What did I say? Okay, sorry.
Labondo.
And do you know what Bondo may refer to it if you?
It's supposed to be condo.
Okay, the B replaces the C?
Yes.
Okay, you've seen that before?
Yes.
And that happened in the booling, the word before that?
Yes.
All right. And then it's, it says at Birdman 5-star, like you said earlier, right?
Yes.
And this is January 2, 2015, which is, God forbid, 8 days prior to January 10, 2015.
Yes.
All right. And this is a friendly post, your opinion, right?
It just post. I'm not sure. I can't comment on it.
Did you see it as it came out, or did you see it to get ready for?
From what I took it as being, he was text something and he was just replying back.
Okay. All right. Did you see any today? Do you know that the big business _ entertainment _ nut is still functional? Do you know what I mean by that?
Yes.
Okay. People keep it updated.
Yes.
And do you ever check it
No.
the whole time?
No.
All right. Do you know whether at the time, January 15, 2015, all the way to today, your son's social media account follows Jeffrey Williams' Thug account.
Excuse me?
Do you know whether from January 10th, 2015 to today, your son's Instagram account follows Jeffrey Williams' Thug account? Do you know that?
No, I don't know that.
So the people controlling
Okay.
Donovan Thomas Jr.'s account is still following Young Thug to this day, 10 years later or 9 years later.
Can I just have 1 second?
Yes, sir.
I'll be right back. Okay, can I just have 1 second?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, that
Mr.
was
Short, anything, sir?
cross-examination. Let's see what Mr. Short has to say.
Mr. Thomas, my name is Max Shard. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, do you remember earlier today, when the state was asking you questions, you were discussing the videotape inside the barbershop?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. And my recollection is you identified your other son as being an individual inside the barbershop.
Yes,
Jack.
yes,
Okay. And you said that you told Detective Thorpe gave Detective Thorpe this information.
yes,
Okay. And Detective Thorpe is the lead investigator on the case involving your son's death, correct?
correct,
And I'm saying Donovan Thomas Jr.
correct.
And Detective Thorpe, as you understand, works for Atlanta Police Department.
Correct.
Did you know Detective Thorpe prior to this case?
No,
Okay. And I know that when we discussed identifying your son, I believe his name's Diamante,
DeMonte. Yes.
in the barbershop. Did you call Detective Thorpe or did Detective Thorpe contact you? Do you recall?
About that situation with
About-
DeMonte.
Yes.
Well, when Detective Thorpe and another detective came to my son's mom's house the morning after, he mentioned the personal interest in the red jacket, and I told him then that was my son. He made a phone call that he was, getting squared away, and that was the last I heard of it.
Okay. Now, so was that the first time you ever spoke to Detective Thorpe?
Yes,
And that would have been on January 12th?
11th.
January 11th,
Yeah.
2015?
yes,
Did you have, was that the only time, and I'm not going to ask you the content of any conversations because that would be hearsay, but was that the only time you spoke to Detective Thorpe throughout this case?
no,
To your recollection, to the best of your ability, how many times have you spoken to Detective Thorpe about this case?
numerous.
Okay,
I just can't keep up with it, but it was numerous times.
Okay, and I appreciate, and I'm not expecting an exact answer. When you say numerous, are 20 or more?
That's fair to say.
Okay, so you in your estimation, would be more than 20.
I know it was more than 10, 20. I know it was numerous of times. I just can't put a number on it, but it was a few times. This went over a few years.
Okay, with the majority of those, were those in person?
Yeah, majority.
Conversations?
Yes.
Okay. Where would those meetings occur?
One time I went to his office. He came out and visited us one time. Majority of the time downtown though, at his office. And there was a few over the telephone, but the majority of the time I went to see him.
In those meetings, were you and Detective Thorpe? Let me rephrase that. Aside from law enforcement, whether it's Detective Thorpe or Detective Thorpe and other law enforcement, were you the only family member there?
No.
Okay, what other family members have attended those meetings?
My son's mom, my wife, my daughter.
Is it fair to say the majority of those
Teresa comes with the important question. So his other son, who was on the scene and had an assault weapon, is he going to testify? He is not on the witness list, or not on the state's witness list, at least.
meetings occurred in 2015? In the
I can't
in the
say.
year 2015?
I can't say that the majority of them happened then. No, I can't say that.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Welcome.
Ms. Westmoreland? Ms. D. Williams? Mr. Matthews?
No question, Your Honor.
Mr. Weinstein?
No, Your Honor.
All right, did I miss anybody? Okay. Can you redirect?
Okay, let's listen to the redirect for at least a few minutes. I don't know why they go over there.
Do you recall the January 2nd, 2015 post on your son's page with him and Birdman?
Yes,
Okay. And I believe when Mr. Steele was asking you about that post, you responded, he was texting something and he responded. Do you remember answering?
correct. Yes.
Was the he that you referring to your son?
No, Birdman.
And is that the same text we talked about on direct that Birdman texted your son after some time and your son had,
I stand objection.
was that the same text we talked about during direct examination?
Yes,
And was that the text in which your son had a surprising response?
yes,
And then was this post after he received that text?
yes.
Now, Mr. Steele asked about or showed a number of videos. I'm going to ask about a few of them.
Oh, please
Can we
open the
put
door,
up-
Prosecution.
And I
Open
might
the
need
door
Mr.
to all of
Kokomo's
it.
help. JW234 screenshot 3.
Alpha.
Do you know what video that this screenshot came from?
No,
I think you were asked about the Lifestyle song. Are you familiar with that song?
yes.
Are you familiar where they filmed that video?
Miami.
Do you know when they filmed that video?
It was summertime. I can't say which month. I know it was summertime though. Want to say around May, maybe May, June, somewhere in there.
And was that 2014?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So,
Now, do you have 234 screenshot 4? Do you know when this image was taken?
No.
Thank you so much. You said that Lifestyle was filmed in Miami. And
Same question.
do you know if they filmed any other videos in Miami around that same time?
No.
No, you don't know, or no, they did not.
No, I don't know. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Now, if I could have 222 Alpha Bravo redacted, not redacted, RR, please. Is Nut in this picture?
No.
Do you know if Nut was at this video shoot?
No, I don't know.
Do you know when the actual picture was taken?
No.
why is this important all of a sudden, dear prosecutor? Because you have been trying to and been successful in entering video and photo and screenshots that are posted by somebody else as evidence without the actual date. But now the date means something.
In December of 2014, has the defense counsel showed you any pictures that had Mr. Williams and Nut in any picture after December of 2014?
No.
Have you seen any videos with Nutt and Mr. Williams in December of 2014?
No.
In December of 2014, was Rich Homie Quan still a member of Rich Gang to your knowledge?
No.
Rich Homie Quan was not in December 2014?
No.
Can I have 229R up, please?
Blah, 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 blah. Board. Recross. Oh, stop with the world of doom. Stop it.
No. With Mr. Thomas.
I asked you about friendly harm you. Do you remember? Do you mean?
About it went on.
You were in recross?
Recross from Mr. Steele.
You were at the hospital on January 10th, 2015, and your daughter, Koya Cade, came to the hospital.
Yes.
How, she had an infant child, the first infant child at that time with Mr. Treadwell, right?
Correct.
And the child was left with Mr. Treadwell.
I'm not sure.
Okay. You don't know what he was doing on January 10th, 2015?
No, I do not.
And you said approximately, I know you didn't want to commit on a date, which is fine. 5 years later, Mr. Treadwell and your daughter, Miss Cade, gave you a second grandchild.
Correct.
All right. Now, you said that to your knowledge, I'm just going to call him Rich Homie Quan, former Rich Homie Quan, because you don't know his given name, was not part of Rich Gang by December 2014. You remember that?
Yes.
Have you ever seen posters promoting at the end of December 2014 Rich Gang with including Rich Homie Quan?
No.
Let me show you something, okay?
Objection, Your Honor.
This goes to impeachment.
I'm going to show him a poster and see if it changes his testimony. He gave testimony as if he knows.
He said he didn't remember, so it's.
I'm impeaching him.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
So I'd like to show him and see if he still stays with his testimony.
Okay.
I have the same objection, Your Honor.
This is, Mr. Thomas, this is going to be Mr. Williams exhibit number
Yeah, I know. I know. Real estate.
220CC. So,
This is just now he could have worded the question better, like just would it refresh your recollection, but you don't want to risk that because
Mayor,
if
Mr.
it says
Kokomo,
no,
approach.
you can't show it.
Mr. Thomas, do me a favor, look at both of them individually, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Versus JW 220CC. Tell me if that changes your testimony you just gave under oath to the jury. And then
As
look
far as
at,
I know, he wasn't no part of it still.
okay, does Jeffrey Williams 220CC change that opinion?
Which one?
No, it don't change my opinion because I
One
still
second.
don't know.
Which one did you show him first?
220CC.
Showed him that first. Okay, and this is DD.
No, then it's gonna be a second one I haven't asked about yet.
Okay.
Does 220CC change that testimony?
Well, I mean, it's showing that it's a performance, but for me knowing, no.
I sustain the objection.
How did you come up with your belief that you told ladies and gentlemen jury that Rich Homie Quan is not part of Rich Gang after, what month did you give?
You just said in December.
Okay, well, I think I was repeating what you said
Yes,
with the state self.
yes.
What gives you that understanding?
First-hand knowledge being around them.
So were you aware that in January 2015, after January 10th, 2015, Rich Homie Quan played with Jeffrey Williams in Tampa, Florida?
No, I'm not aware.
Would you like to see anything to change your opinion
I
or?
mean, you can show it to him, but I wasn't aware of that.
I'm sustaining the objection, Mr. Stewart. He doesn't say he doesn't know where.
When you're convinced,
Yes, that, I'll stay.
This is impeachment.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 220, or we'll put it on the screen, 220FF. Your Honor, it's already in evidence.
Can I see 220?
Sure. And this is Jeffrey Williams' number.
Now, the prosecution desperately don't want anything admitted that shows their case is shit. Lucky for us, it's shit. Thank you, Gigi.
Let me show you
You know
what's
you don't
been
have
marked and
to.
previously identified as Mr. Williams 22.
Oh, Thank you so much, Gigi. Gifting one membership, and it was given to VAMP. You now have access to all my members-only content and my Discord. And if anybody else is contemplating it, it's just $3 a month. And you get all the access and you support my channel. Thank you so much, Gigi.
0FF, tell us whether that changes your opinion that you gave testimony to this jury.
I see it. I still don't know about it.
All right. Were you aware that,
I'm gonna object to the form of the questions on the civil case.
I need to hear the question.
were you aware that in January of 2015, your son was in the process of making a movie and asked Jeffrey Williams to promote it?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
I'll sustain that objection.
Were you aware that your child was making a movie, wanted to make a movie in January 2015?
I sustain the objection.
Did you ever come from your observation to witness your son beginning a movie in 2015, January?
No.
You speak with him every day?
Yes. Pretty much every day.
Now, let's put up, and I forget the number, but it's December
Really?
2014.
Really, Senior? You spoke to your son every day, and he did not tell you he was going to be in a movie?
Might be Jeffrey Williams 222 ABRR, actually. That's in evidence. Yeah, you just showed it, I believe. Jeffrey Williams 222 ABRR. It should be already in evidence. I think it was just shown to you as well. And this again is your child. I'm just going to use the Marquavius Greedy, right?
Yes.
This is his posting, right?
Yes.
December 4, 2014, correct?
He said this is posting. I don't know if that's his posting. I know that's him on the picture.
Okay, well, it's birdgang_greedy. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's your child, Greedy, right?
Yes.
All right. And that's his picture along with Jeffrey Williams, right?
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yes.
All right. And that's December 4, 2014 at 3:35 a.m., right?
Mm-hmm.
You can't explain that, right?
No, it looked like it say somebody most wanted at Bird Gang Greedy.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if it's his posting or not.
And again, I understand Senior here. He wants somebody punished. But since the investigators back in 2015 did such a piss poor job, nobody will probably ever be convicted of it. And we've seen today how the car changed from an Infiniti to a Pontiac that was never seen on the video. And I understand, Mr. Senior. You want somebody punished, but this is not justice. And I'm blaming
With
the
regards
prosecution
to-
for this, because they know the piss poor evidence they have in this, and they still chose to call Donovan Thomas Sr. to the stand to live through this. This is on the prosecution and on the prosecution alone. They are this immoral. They are this evil.
Jeffrey Williams performing in Florida, January 2015 after January 10th. I'd like to show you a video clip, okay?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's already been shown.
Shown witness.
Is it admitted in evidence? Which one is it, Mr. Steele? You got to identify for the record.
And he testified it's the same two.
It was shown to Mr. Walter Murphy, Your Honor.
You got to identify which one, Mr. Steele.
I'm getting the number.
These can't. With identification. What exhibit numbers? Do you have any ideas? Sir?
We're getting it right now.
Ms. Weaver, what do you show? Yeah, that'd be helpful. On 220?
I'm going to show you 220FFA with the court's permission, and it's been shown already. Mr. Staple will show it again. I'd like you to look at it, okay? Yeah, it's the same thing. I apologize. Not FFA, FF1. Your Honor, may we approach?
You showing it to the state already?
It's been previously shown, but we'll show it again.
Can I see?
Yeah.
What you're trying?
Another one of these. This, if I remember correctly, again was something the defense objected to because it was prejudicial or it was unnecessary, it was irrelevant, and the prosecution fought like hell to get it admitted. And now they're using it against the prosecution,
can I
and
see
now,
it first, please?
objection, objection, it's damaging to our case, Your Honor. Jesus freaking Christ. This is from today. Yes, Jeannie. And welcome here. Welcome. This is from today. This is from almost 6 hours into today's. Now, the last witness of today is the rental car guy, which, oh God, it was a cluster F. It was a real fusterclock. But that I'm going to save until tomorrow. Because tomorrow is just a half day from in this trial. So I need to extend it a bit.
Okay, so as to Mr. Williams, 220 FF, Foxtrot 1, what's the state's objection?
One, there's no foundation. It has been admitted into evidence. And those are the two exceptions.
I'd like to show it to the witness, and it's for impeachment. The witness is making statements to the jury, and it can be impeached.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Of course you are.
Mr. Thomas, you feel firm, otherwise you wouldn't have said it, that Rich Homie Quan did not work with Jeffrey Williams after what date?
As far as my knowledge. You said December. I said, I didn't think so, no.
I'm asking you, what date?
I'm not sure.
When's the last time you spoke with Rich Homie Quan?
I haven't.
When's the last time you looked up when Rich Homie Quan last performed?
I haven't.
Did you ever look up to see if Rich Homie Quan ever performed with Jeffrey Williams in December 2014?
No, I didn't.
You ever look up to see if Rich Homie Quan ever performed with Jeffrey Williams in January 2015?
No, I didn't.
You ever listen to any type of interview of Rich Homie Quan talking about Jeffrey Williams?
No.
And now he isn't sure anymore. He was so sure during the direct examination.
Asked you about the meetings, and you said the meetings.
And
that take
Mr. Shard.
Mhm.
And you said other people that were present, to your recollection, were your son's mother, and that would be Miss Edmonds, correct? When you
Correct.
said your son's mother, you're speaking about Donovan Thomas Jr.
Correct, yes.
Miss Edmonds, your wife, and your daughter.
Mhm.
Okay. I believe this is clear, but when you say your daughter, you're speaking about Miss Cade.
Correct.
Okay. And Miss Cade is your daughter that has a long-term relation. Are they married or the long-term?
No, they're not even together anymore.
Okay. At the time, they have 2 children together, correct?
Correct.
And at the time where she was in a long-term relationship at the time with
Correct.
Kelvin Treadwell,
Yeah.
Correct.
who's also known as OG Bentley.
Correct.
Okay. And she was in those meetings.
Yes.
Now, in 2015, your daughter, Miss Cade, and Mr. Treadwell lived together, correct?
Was it 2000? I know they did have an apartment together, but I'm not sure exact. Was it 2015? A little bit behind that, but they lived together, yes.
But they may have started living together before 2015, but during 2015, they were living together, correct?
No, they weren't living together before 2015.
Oh, okay, okay, I misunderstood.
No, it was after 2015.
My point is, or my question for you is, Mr. Treadwell and Miss Cade at that time were not living under your roof?
No,
Okay. And you're not aware of all the communications that Miss Cade and Mr. Treadwell had in her day-to-day life?
no.
Okay. And I don't need an address, okay? But you mentioned that they were living together in an apartment. I don't need an address. What area of town was that apartment?
Alma Heights. Alma Heights.
Okay, I'm not familiar with Alma Heights. What neighborhood? Is that in Atlanta?
Well, near Lakewood. You can say Lakewood area.
Okay, near Lakewood.
Yeah.
They did not live off of Cleveland Avenue.
No.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Ms. Westmoreland? Ms. D. Williams? Mr. Matthews? Ms. Weinstein? Anything further from the state?
Just a question. Do you know when in 2015 your child moved to the Lakewood area?
Oh, I'm not sure what year it was. Let me try to think. Let me see. Probably, I'm not sure what year it was.
Was it, let me ask you this, was it before or after Nut passed away?
After.
So they moved to Lakewood after Nut passed away?
Yes.
I stand objection.
Right. And we've talked about Rich Homie Quan quite often. You said from your personal knowledge, he was not affiliated. What did you observe to know that, from your knowledge, what was your observation of Rich Homie Quan and Rich Gang back in December 2014?
I will withdraw my objection, but it opens the door, and I want to go into all the evidence, so I'm objecting.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Okay, that's fine.
Anything else?
No, nothing else.
Anything further, defense counsels? All right, may Mr. Thomas Senior be permanently temporarily excused as a witness?
As a witness permanently excused.
All right, Mr. Thomas, thank you for your patience with us. I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case. We wish you well, okay? All right, thank you, sir.
All right, there we have it. Now, the final witness I will save until tomorrow, where I will start with a recap and then move into the live trial, because tomorrow is just a half day between 9 and 12 a.m. Now, let's see how much is left of the beer can. It's, yeah, maybe a few beers left. So I didn't finish the entirety of the 1.3 gallon beer during this stream, but I tried. And yeah, this is today's trial, where we learned that the Pontiac, I mean, it's so stupid. Let me share this again. This is the actual indictment. He rented a 2014 silver Infiniti Q50 sedan that was used in the commission of the murder of Donovan Thomas Jr. Today we learned that the prosecution really don't believe that. They pointed at a Pontiac. For fuck's sake. It's... So in my opinion, that entire indictment should be thrown out after today. But it's the Young Thug RICO-trial. We know the prosecution will continue. But that will continue tomorrow. Tomorrow I will do Young Thug trial. I will also make a stream or a video regarding the Wade Wilson trial in Florida. It's a double homicide death penalty case. And it's actually quite interesting. I will also try to update you on the Delphi case and Richard Allen. So that is up for tomorrow. I will send you off to a guy named Torin. And it's not about trials or anything. It's just a relief for you to wind down after this faster clock of a trial. But thank you for allowing me to do this. Thank you for allowing me to try to interpret this trial to you with snark, legal analysis, and everything. Thank you so much. You are what makes this channel. And as a final word, hug your family. Unless your family's crap, then screw them and give your love to the people who deserve it. I will see you here back tomorrow. Thank you. Bye-bye.